Almond, welcome in. Also, hey guys, welcome in. Gabby, guys, welcome in. We are just kind of warming up on here at Ales at the Yapping Porthole. But yeah, first of all, I want to say this is my friend as well as one of my OG DMs. It's weird trying to say OG DM because I'm just like my brain wants to shorten it, but I also want to just like not want to. He's one of my original dungeon masters. It is. How do you want me to call you? I feel like I called you Andrew the last time, but at the same time.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah. But no, like what I was saying is I was so much more used to people calling me my actual name before they started calling me Tomato, even before thing. So when people started making the mistake of calling me my actual name, right, when I started streaming, I was just like, yeah, no, that's not weird. Oh, wait, no, you're right, that is weird. Hold on. Like, even now, it's just like, sometimes, like, I mean, Almond is here, so there are times where I still have to be like, oh, wait, let me not say your actual name. Because if I just happen to know someone more, it's just, I'll make the mistakes.
That's fair. Yeah, I mean, I think through various life experiences and things, I'm just used to calling people by not their name and stuff.
Yeah.
Pretty comfortably. Like the fraternity, definitely, right?
Yup.
Everyone has their name there.
Yup.
So like you had to call everyone by their names and stuff.
Yeah,
so that was the whole thing.
And it's just like when you have those memories anchored in, it's just what happens, right? Like, one of my other OG DMs, like way back, called me Matcha, my druid's name, for 2 years, and he was just like, wait. After like halfway through, he was just like, wait, what's your actual name again? I just realized I just been calling you your character's name this whole time. and I was just like, oh yeah, here it is. And then the entire table was just like, so what's everyone's actual names? I feel like we should have done this earlier, but now we're kind of meeting each other for the first time, despite playing over a year of D&D together.
Whoa, yeah, that's...
Like, it wasn't even character bleed. We just like played the characters and like referred to each other as the characters so much we completely forgot that it's just like, oh yeah, we're human.
Yeah. That is funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know definitely during our sessions we have slip-ups and we'll like either call the character name to the person or the person's name to the character and
dude
stuff,
I still do that too with Sin. Like whenever he's in my chat, I call him Sin, right? But we both know him as the person who plays Mio, so I don't say his name right now.
yeah totally get what you're saying. Yeah.
But at the same time, whenever he switched over to Vita, his second character, I still was so used to referring to him as Mio that I was just like, wait, Mio, Vita.
yeah, right.
Man.
Yeah, it happens. It's you got when especially when you have different characters played by the same person, and it's been years that we've been playing together.
Dude,
it's like, which name am I supposed to call you right now?
Exactly,
like I called you 10 different names over the 7 years we've known each other. Which one's the right one?
We've known each other by various names. It's funny because you've known me less as Tomato and more as my actual name, and then you know me as Emmett, as Neve, as I think Terami also more. Yeah. And then like, oh man, I forgot some of the other. One of the only few ones that I remember.
Yeah, I know. There's definitely others.
Yeah, one of them ones is his name was literally just Egg, because he was an incredibly inspired character. Oh man. Ooh, actually, kind of starting to get us into the momentum of like questions and whatnot. Sleep. Well, good night. No. kind of starting to get us into the questions before we kind of like roll into tonight's topic and stuff. Um, did you have a similar problem way back in like some of your own games, right? Like partly, like I like not so much forgetting who is who, but sometimes maybe forgetting which character you're playing half the time.
As a player thing, or even as a
even
a
as a
GM?
DM, honestly. Let me see.
I don't think I had ever had so many different characters that I was playing at one time as a player that I was ever overwhelmed.
Okay.
So, you know, I guess, yeah, I guess that's a good thing for me, but it's also, you know, as I say it, I'm sad that, you know, I would love to be like playing in
It's
three
it's a
campaigns
wonderful
at the same
problem to
time.
have, and a sad one not to.
Yeah, as long as I've been playing, I've had the most I've ever been a player in it once was one campaign.
Damn.
So,
wait,
yeah,
how do you have more experience being a DM rather than like as a player?
significantly more.
Oh damn.
Yeah, yeah. I'm assuming if you like, I wish there was a way to like graph it. You know, at some point, right? It would be, you know, just pure player experience for like the first like 5 or so years, you know, maybe even a little bit more, you know, just pure player experience, fantastic. And then started DMing, but was still playing, and then it just kind of fully shifted, went the opposite direction, and it's just been basically just almost purely GMing experience.
Dude, especially like after it came to our group, I was like, oh man. I remember we tried for the rotating DM for one of the other days that we used to play. Right, whenever it was like free. Sadly, COVID happened and we wasn't able to like pan out as well as we used to, because after that people kind of just got busy, right? So it was like we are trying exactly like we are trying to do our own thing with just getting Thursdays, which is like fuck the schedule monster. I want our group to survive this, blah blah. Like I ain't. That being said, I do, if like I've told you this before, like I do eventually want to run stuff for you guys, and there were until we played Kids on Brooms, there was a part of me that kept trying to think about how to turn Honey Heist into a similar how do I say this, into like a similar genre to what ended up with Kids on Brooms, because I feel like it's a surprisingly good basis of what's it called, of a lighthearted TRPG where you're just basically rolling either or of, you know, like, you know, you roll bear to see how much a bear like your character becomes, and eventually if they become too bear like they betray the party. No, they don't betray the party, they just kind of go rabid, right? Or if they go thief too much, then they betray the party and try to go for the win themselves, like they try to go for the honey. But at the same time, I wanted it to do something outside of bears and to see what genres I could hit with it. That way it would be like a fun way to introduce people to TRPG. I may still try to work on that, but at the same time, I feel like Kids on Bikes and Kids on Rooms is a really good basis, especially for guesstimations.
Yes. I really, when you say guesstimations, you're referring to like the kind of like the +5, +10 kind of like that. Yes. Yeah, I think like, you know, I love playing other systems because I think I always end up back at D&D. I don't know if that will be what ends up happening with me forever, but for right now, that's what always happens, right? And so being able to bring things from other systems into D&D, right? Because D&D is, to me, it's just the kind of foundation of what I'm playing with my groups. Yeah. But I can kind of put whatever I want on top of it. That's not to say I'm gonna go crazy with homebrew, because I think, you know, if you just want to homebrew everything, just make your own system at that point.
Exactly,
You know,
exactly.
don't play D&D, right? There's
Yeah,
something that, or find a different system that suits you better.
yeah.
You know, but I think adding, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say, or sometimes make your own, and a lot of times that is actually what happens. Because I know a
Yes.
few people now that are trying to make their own systems because it just works better for what they actually want.
Yeah, you know, so there's so many options out there. But if you're gonna play D&D, you know, and you just want to, like, you know, I like to, we used fast and slow rounds, right?
Yep.
So just changing the form of initiative, right? We're not changing
Yeah.
the whole game there, you know.
Yeah.
Or if you bring in something where you have these kind of sliding scales for DCs now, kind of like Kids on Brooms, where,
Yep.
you know, a +5 you'll get the success and maybe a little bit more. +10, you know, you get
Exactly.
that success, and, you know, even something, a bigger added benefit, you know. But same goes for the minuses, right? A -5 and a -10, and, you know, that adds a little bit more to it than it just being, oh yeah, okay, you succeed or you fail, right? And
Mm-hmm.
I know
Mm-hmm.
you don't need that as a GM to still narrate that added, you know, stuff in there. You can always
Exactly.
narrate that in as a
Yeah.
GM.
Yeah.
But when it's actually in there, and there can be, even if there's no guaranteed mechanical benefit for the players, even if there's just a narrative benefit for them, you know, it still adds a little something for the player side then, even if you were already going to do that as the GM.
Exactly. Exactly. It's funny because it's like I started when we played uh, Kids on Brooms, when we were doing like the system of like, oh, if you fail by 5, then things get a little bit worse. Like failing close to it means that like you're not really gonna succeed, but maybe you make it a little bit easier for either the next person, or what's it called, you may like you cause a little bit of the situation to change just enough to open up a different opportunity instead, right? And then failing more than 5 is like your situation gets worse and worse. And I thought, wait, that's really cool. I kind of want to bring that into D&D because I think that that would actually help the essence of failing forward, and at the same time, like rewarding roles that tend to overachieve, right? Like meet or beat is fun, but then let's like if someone rolls like a 32 on a check, because at later levels you could totally do that. It's like it's not a nat 20, but it still feels like you want to give them a little bit more. And then I realized, wait,
Yes.
it's not that you have to implement that system altogether into D&D anyway. I think that that system actually just helps form like both the GM and the players, not only just expectations, but an actual skill to naturally promote different styles of thinking, right? About how you treat
Mhm.
the numbers as more of just like a story prompt, like a not even really story prompt, like an improv prompt rather, right? Because
Yeah.
eventually, what I do notice a lot of people tend to do, and this is where sometimes I see the mood gets like brought down on certain games, is that when people think of failure, they think, oh, dead end, nothing here, let's not move. You know, you just get stuck and stuck. And sometimes that might be the situation, understandably, right? But at the same time, the fact that failing by more than a certain amount or overachieving can also become a problem. Uh, it's just a way to keep it's something that helps your mind keep flexible as a GM to think about a situation and eventually start to realize what seems to be the most natural responses from either side of NPC players or environment.
I think that's a great point. I really
Mm-hmm.
like, you know, how you tied in like the improv aspect, that it kind of helps to, um, you know, bring out in a GM, or helps to enhance, right? Because
Mm-hmm.
when you're in that situation where, you know, you have that, you know, even if you're not using the guideline visually in front of you, you're using it just mentally, and you say,
Mm-hmm.
okay, well, on a +5 or a +10, you know,
Yep.
I know that I need to add this extra piece of whatever in there for them. So you're
Yep.
adding, you know, as you said, like this NPC or whatever it may be, right? That you're adding in there now with that extra thing. So you're not only actually adding something for the mechanical aspect, then you could build your world out too, based on that, right? And so it
Yep.
is making you flex that creative muscle more. Um,
And it
yeah, I
becomes a
mean,
lot
yeah,
useful during on the fly checks, like skill checks that you didn't realize a player might prompt from you as a GM.
yeah,
Like, I'm starting to get used to what's it called? How do I say this? I've been calling them passive checks, and it kind of goes into guesstimations because it's like, while I've been calling them passive checks, really it's just me as a GM kind of learning how to scale um, the character, like how to scale a character's ability based on their experience, right? Like based on their experience and level as, in this adventure. Like, let's say how passive perception, passive insight, and passive investigation work, right? You usually take a 10 and then take the skill bonus that exists there, and then that's it's either a 10 or an 8, and then you add the skill bonus
yeah.
that's
I
there.
think
Yeah,
it's an
I think
eight.
it's an
It's
8
so
because 8
weird
is the
because they
yeah. It is an
because
8.
they
You're right.
do abilities different than
Yep.
passives. I don't know
Yeah.
why. It's
Yeah.
yeah.
No,
They're like,
it's
let's just
because
make this one thing different.
right. It's because it's you take the like the skill usually. If it has a proficiency bonus, then you add the proficiency, and that's usually what
Yes.
leads it up to a 10, right? Like if it's a
Yes.
proficiency,
Yes.
then it's like the average score of an 8, and then at level 1 to 3ish, it's like a proficiency of 2, so that just creates a 10, and then you just add whatever stat bonus you have. So, but in that sense, a lot of times people actually forget the passive abilities that you have, even though they list those 3 as a
Passive stats for everything. Yeah.
exactly, because it just and this is part of the advice that I see like a lot of like D&D YouTubers say is, roll less and start role playing more. And I was just like, okay, how do you do that based on skill? And I realized this is pretty much that, right? Because like when you have a low level character, usually their stats don't like their bonuses don't really go above a +3 or a 4, right? So realistically, if you have a check that in your mind guesstimates to like a 15, you'd probably be like, okay, they probably need to roll on that. Or if in your head, it's like a DC 5, you already sometimes automatically go like, yeah, they could easily do this. But in the later levels, that same thought process starts to make a lot less sense when you're like, okay, why are if this is like if scaling a wall needed an ability check from them at around like level 5, like the early levels where it makes sense that they might have a bit of trouble and failure to count, why would you really be asking that in the later levels where they've probably done it quite a number of times? And then it's just like, that they would likely pass it even on a 10, right? So it's like, at that point, at some point, like a 5, like a 10 to 15 DC doesn't need to be called as much. If it's like a skill you as a GM realistically see the player's character just being like, yeah, they've done this enough. There's not much like that check scales to what it would have been as an easy thing way back when, if that makes any sense, because I think I worded that weird.
No, it definitely does. I think if a character's passive, in a stat is a 15, right? Then
Yeah.
they don't need to roll, on a DC 15 thing that they've done a bunch.
Yeah.
I think that's a fair thing to go by. Um, All right, I just gotta do.
Go for it.
You can move on. I just have to see how the hell it's actually calculated because it's just
Yeah, no, because it's bothering
bothering me
my
right
brain.
now.
Because I'm pretty sure it's a thing. Oh man. Ooh. I do want to ask, since, like, I mean, I knew you more as a GM, right? So this is more of your experience. Uh, what would you say was kind of one of the harder aspects of GMing that you would say either took you the longest to learn or took you uh, a little bit more time to process in your mind before it clicked on with the rest?
There's definitely stuff that I'm still learning, and there's definitely still areas where I realize on a regular basis
Mm-hmm.
that I'm not really nearly as far along as I'd like to be. Um, so one thing that I really want to bring into my campaigns is a
Mm.
sense of realism. Um,
Ooh.
as much as possible. Not realism in the sense of like it feels like, um,
Like real life,
a
but
yeah, like our world or like a medieval
yeah,
world or something.
yeah,
That's not what I'm
but
trying
like
to
a
recreate.
how to
In the sense
ground
of
it
like
in
the
itself.
people feel real,
Yeah.
and like the interactions with people, places, and things feel real, right? It feels
Mm-hmm.
like it would, for us in our everyday lives. Um, and I think there's certain areas that I definitely don't either put as much effort into
Mm-hmm.
or um for based on perceptions I have of media, try to like take out of my campaigns, but
Yeah.
that's not necessarily the best solution to that, right? And so like a big thing would be like romance, right? I feel like there's too much romance in a lot of like media, especially when they need to have um plot focus, and
Yeah.
then
Yeah.
they're just
Yeah.
having romance.
Yeah. Then
I
yeah.
think that's the thing that's like kind of made its way into all forms of media recently, in my opinion.
It definitely
Um,
did. It definitely did. I see
you
it.
know,
It's
um,
happening even like more and more anime now, and I'm seeing. I'm like, oh,
and
I guess we
but
hit
I
a
feel
stride.
like the way I kind of course correct, or
Mm-hmm.
did, right, was to kind of fully remove it, and instead
Hmm.
of just kind of, doing it in my own way.
Yeah.
Um, and so that's something that I'm like learning, or
It.
even like certain emotions, right?
Yeah.
Like so I'm not promoting the show or anything. I've just been watching a new show called Widow's Bay. I think I might have
Ooh.
briefly mentioned it in one of our previous conversations. um
Remind me.
but one of the things, so it's an Apple show. It's kind of like a horror comedy type thing.
Yeah.
um it's pretty good. I don't know how I fully feel about it yet. But I'm enjoying it. It's very popular and it just got renewed for its second season. But the main thing that stood out to me is the main character is he's the main character who he's moving the plot along. He's a
Yeah.
coward, right? And
Oh.
I that stood out to me so much because I thought it made me think like how many important characters have I introduced as NPCs that are cowards, right? And I don't think there's been many, and so it's like having to approach these other personality types and emotions and things, and putting myself out of my comfort zone, right? I think that's a really an important thing to
Yes. Yeah.
do. And I think I've done that in a lot of ways, but there's other ways I need to
Oh
do
man.
that.
Oh
And
man.
right, we're always going to learn and grow.
Yeah.
And if you ever say at any point I'm not going to learn and grow or take in new stuff, then uh then you're not going to you're going to hit a wall at some point.
Yeah. I think it's like that's one of the parts where you might hit like a slight burnout after a while, right? Because it's like I know there are people who hit burnout because they just play the game so long, and it's like they don't even really know why because the games. Like I've seen some posts where people are like, "My game is happening totally fine. The players are loving it. Everyone's enjoying it, but for some reason, like I'm just not, and I don't know why." And I've
Yeah.
seen that, and it's just like okay, there might be a stagnation, and sometimes it's something you don't realize that you're holding yourself back on as like a GM, right? Like, it's funny that you say we're like in terms of getting out of your comfort zone, especially in terms of emotions. That's where I was about like maybe a year or two ago. Why did I say two? Maybe like a year or two ago, because what I realized is I had the same exact problem, where I was enjoying the game, right? But I think when we started, my brain was still very much like video game brain, and like trying to fight this aspect of trying to win the game, right? Like I came into the D&D section of like, okay, I don't want to win the game because it's a moot, right? It doesn't go anywhere. It's
Mm-hmm.
like TRPG as well as like D&D a lot is not something that thrives if you're trying to win. In fact, it's the fastest way to just not be at a table. But at the same time, I was like, how do I make characters that feel more alive, and at the same time, how do I give my character and myself as a role player more gravity? And eventually I started asking that question as a GM as well, and I realized I was having fun with the mechanics of the game, with the possibilities of the game, because you know how I play Emmett. Like he has a fairly, what's it called, his backstory and his desires have somewhat of like an emotional charge to them. Like they have a possibility of going somewhere with heavier emotions. But at the same time, at the time, I allowed that possibility, but I just didn't know how to do it. Right? Like I didn't know how to explore it. And then I realized our group was also kind of in that trend of we're very good at learning the game mechanically, the possibilities about it, but at the same time, I think we kind of tanked on the emotional aspect. Not to say that we were afraid of it, but more of like it's just not something that we were used to, because we were just each other's and not enabler, but like we were each other's like we had each other's backs when it came to learning more about the game. Like
Yeah.
I think we're really good both in investigation, learning how things worked, and generally like general adventure that I think is closer to like an old school type of adventure where we were just kind of like living. But then at some point I was like,
Yeah.
you know, if you slow down and you think about everything we've been through, our characters need some therapy.
Yeah, we had this conversation, right?
Yeah.
We kind of missed some stuff as we went through this, because
Yeah.
it went, we kind of went from thing to thing to thing to thing, right? And so
Exactly,
that's,
exactly.
and I mean, listen, I'll take the L, as the facilitator of the game,
Nah, I
right?
think it was our whole group.
I think it's no, well, no, no, no. Listen, well, of course, like we have spoken. I
Yeah.
think the GM of the group, at least for D&D, right? The
Mm,
DM is as much a player and an equal in that group as
yeah.
everyone else. They're just the facilitator of the game,
Yeah.
but they're just, once again, they're not any, on a higher pedestal or hierarchy than anyone else at that
Yep.
table. And that's not how it should be, in my opinion, at any table, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
um you know and that's, I think, part of why I wanted everyone to know the rules well enough, right? Is we all know the rules well enough, we all hold each other accountable.
Yep.
It's not up to the DM to just be like, yeah, I'm, this is the rules, right?
Yep.
We're all,
It,
we can all say this is what's right or wrong. But yeah, then, I like I said, I don't think I facilitated that emotional aspect as much, and cultivated that as much in the group.
I definitely think uh, that you did it to as much as you could, right? Like, admittedly, uh, the truth is, I don't think any one of us would have known even how to. Like, I know, I tried to match, what's it called? I tried to match Brad's role playing aspect because I actually started to realize, like, when he played Damokos, and I was just like, wait, every now and then when we have like more seemingly serious moments in the scene, like I did notice that his character allowed himself to be a little bit more emotionally involved and sometimes a little more emotionally charged, where if he was about to get pissed, I was just like, oh shit, there's a little bit of tension there, I kind of want to chase that. And at the same time, when he was allowed to be goofy, he totally like sold into the goof. So I think he was actually one of the players where I learned more. Well, not so much learn more, but it helped me kind of realize where I was failing as a player. Not really so much at failing as a player, but like where I was not exploring the aspect of the game into role playing, right? And then I eventually led me to realize I want to play emotional. I want to role play a little bit more emotionally, because
Yeah.
like you said, like even until you kind of like said something right about it in terms of like the emotional aspect of the game, I was pretty much content. Like I liked where we were going. I didn't even really mind, because it was just like our characters were goofy when they were goofy, smart when they were smart, and then all the players are just like we kind of like bounced off each other really well when it came to like problem solving, and even like building the world around each other to kind of just explore, which for some reason I don't see a lot more of right now. Like exploration, like I see, like you were saying, like I see like romance has kind of taken like the forefront in a lot of the media. I'd say like it's not just uh it's not just the romance. I think it's actually a lot more of the emotional role play, right? That actually has taken a lot more the forefront. And ironically, sometimes I found that the exploration has kind of dipped because of it. So I started to feel a little bit out of place after a while, where I was like, okay, I'm doing a lot more emotional roleplay. I love being able to do the heavier emotions, but there's something I feel like I missed as well. I just can't be satisfied because I'm a selfish bitch now.
I mean, listen, we all want our games as players and
Yeah,
DMs to have everything, right? That's the goal, you know? It's like
absolutely.
I want I want I want book 1, I want Game of Thrones book
Yeah.
of A Song of Ice and Fire. That's what, that's what I want, right? Maybe with more magic, but like that's,
Yeah.
not necessarily what I, but like it's like
Yeah.
that level of quality, right?
Yeah. And it's funny because as a player you want these things, but at the same time, and I think this is partly what led me to slowly inch my way to becoming a GM, is realizing that what you want as a player, you're pretty much not gonna get unless you become a GM yourself.
Yes, I think
Like-
that's what brings a lot of people to becoming GMs. It's like,
Yeah.
can I have a game with this, this, and this?
Yeah. And
I have to do it? Okay, fine.
But I'll do it myself. Hey, when do I
Yep.
get to use my characters as a player? And you're like, fuck, none of them know my style. I would love to have my style be given to me as a player, but none of them know it.
Yeah.
I'm like, fuck, people are different. God damn it.
I guess I'm gonna have an AI fucking DM for me. No, don't. No. Don't do that.
That's funny.
I'm joking.
Uh,
No
but
AIs.
it's
GMs.
no idea. Oh man. That being said, I did like what you did say about GMs kind of having to take a responsibility for what is in their games, and it's just like I totally agree, because kind of what we're talking about into GMing is how we're saying if you want it in your games, you're gonna have to just kind of do it, and a big part of that is not just towing the line between roleplay, adventure, exploration, and like mechanics, but it's knowing how to introduce them in your game and having the boldness to do it. Because sometimes or like I say boldness to do it, but at the same time, the foresight to understand when to do it versus like just straight up doing it, right? Like there's a time and place for everything, and sometimes you have to hold back. And I'm learning this now. Like sometimes you have to hold back introducing something so that your players can absorb what is currently in the game that they're used to, as well as what you kind of want to give to them, right? Like if it's like a big mechanic that doesn't necessarily change the game overall, but is not something most players would be used to in like your average table, right? Trying to just put that in the game because you wanted it, and just being like, here's how this works, I need you guys to know these rules, that way is, it can be overwhelming and it can be stressful because now you've just added a whole new thing that the players are like, I don't know what to expect from this, and now I'm like you end up being met with resistance that you otherwise probably could have avoided if you took the time to just ease it into the game in various ways.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Always introducing stuff with kind of like a slow rollout. Actually, that's it's really funny that you mentioned that, because sometimes I learn about things and it's just like, okay, well, I know this, I just didn't know the term for this, right? So for example, I learned today about kind of what you said, and it's something that I've actually seen done before, and it's something that we've spoken about doing before, actually.
Ooh.
And so the official term for it is, I'm just trying to actually locate it, so give me 1 second.
Also, please let us know if either my voice or Andrew's voice or the music is either too loud, too soft, just right, a little sexy, a little dancey, a little goofy, a little, just let us know.
Okay. So, scaffolding mechanics, which I don't know if this is something that actually is like a thing that people know about, or if this is something that, as I was just doing some random research, AI made up this term, maybe. But either way,
I think I've heard it, yeah.
A gradual introduction of rules, right?
Oh.
And so you're not overwhelming your players. You're just, you're introducing aspects of, let's say you're introducing a bunch of new players to D&D, you introduce aspects of their characters at a time instead of them getting this whole character sheet in front of them.
Yeah.
A beautiful example of that, which I've spoken to you about before, and and I'm sure maybe some of the people listening are familiar with this, is the children's adventure for Worlds Beyond Number, for the Wizard, the Witch, and the Wild One. So in there, as they progress through this adventure, they build up first they get their character's background, then they get their their ability scores, right? The ones that are like the integral ones to their class. Then they get their what are like the other important things? Their proficiencies, right? And you see them get all these things as they go, and so you're not, clearly they're experienced players, so it's one thing, but you think about it from the perspective, if they were not, they're not being overwhelmed with a whole character, they're building their character as they go through this process, right? And so I think scaffolding your mechanics and introducing things gradually, whether it's to not overwhelm people by giving them too much mechanics, or just to, introduce something new into your game and not, thrust it in your players' faces, there is a really big benefit to that.
Yeah, I want to piggyback off of this because it's something that I learned within like the recent like year or two or so, that I realized not only affects session 0, but is also depending on like the campaign you're building, helps to set up for, I would say, while following up with the emotional part, is creating a more impactful, not just character, but a more impactful introduction into the campaign for that character and player, so that by the time all of them get into the first session, they get those first session jitters kind of out of the way, right? And it's probably the biggest part of it is just the onboarding portion of the game. Because
Yep.
one, I just had to do this within 3 sessions for my new player for my my Monday game, and two, it was what I did for it was something that I learned from my GM friend when he was bringing our party into the Escape the Underdark campaign, which was to treat session 0 for as much as you need to before the actual game begins, right? Like the session 0 doesn't even, like, we call it now session 0, usually the session to be like, here's the rules, here's the expectations of the game. Great. I realized that taking, or at least what I learned from them, is that taking one session to learn the stuff is great. It helps everyone kind of get the expectations, but at the same time, they don't really know how to experience the practical application of both the those expectations. I don't know why I had a problem with that. Those expectations for the game, as well as what the vibes would be for once they create their character. The truth is, you make your character having like a thought in your mind for how they might vibe, but once the game begins, and I've said this before, you have no idea what's going to come out of your mouth. You have no idea how getting into your character, like how much you'll be into your character, or how naturally they'll flow once you're actually in it, right? And so half the time we've seen it in first session areas, and even I had a problem with this like way back when I started. Is, you know, sometimes you come up with a plan, you come up with a thing, you might even come up with a connected backstory with someone, and then you formulate a plan for how to execute that in session 1. And then it just falls through because what happens in session 1 is completely unexpected from what you thought was going to happen, outside of maybe you meet at a tavern, maybe you meet at the bathhouse with the person who's hiring you, and is just like, come join me in my bath because I'm taking a bath, you fucks. Get in here.
Yeah.
Or maybe you all find yourself in jail, or you're standing around a dead body. None of you know who the other is, but you happen to hear a sound, and here you all are. Right? And at the same time, that scene starts, and nobody knows how to begin. Because there's no...
and then...
Yep. No, go for it.
Oh, I was just gonna say, and then the DM always says, okay, you know, now we're gonna go around, introduce your characters, and it's like they don't even know their characters that well,
Exactly,
you know, and it's like you're asking them to introduce a stranger, you know.
Exactly.
And listen, I'm guilty of that, you know.
I am
well,
too.
Right? But you know, but now it's something to keep in mind moving forward, right?
Yeah,
it's like
it just works with Now I'm learning that it is a scaffolding system, but it works both in onboarding and during campaign. Because before campaign 1, I divided it into 3 sections. 1 is that everyone is together. We get to know the rules. We get to know a bit of the world, right? Like both technology, magic, some of the political problems if they exist. Right? That way people can be like, okay, do you want to fit into a certain part? Is there stuff that you guys are interested in? Do you want to go more to like the ocean pirates kind of theme? Let me know. And then once you know that, you can also be like, does anyone want to be connected to each other backstory wise? Does everyone want to be connected to each other? Or do you want to be a mixed match of solos, connections, and oopity-boopity? And we'll find our way there.
Mm-hmm.
And then after that, you kind of go individually, well, at least in my case, I went individually so that one, if someone wanted to have uh, player secrets, then they can have those player secrets. If they wanted short-term goals, they have short-term goals. What helps them give drive for the long-term stories, like long-term campaigns, is their long-term goals, and then we like decide together, like what we did with Kids on Brooms, of creating our own area for the schooling, right? Is I let them, or at least we use the Faerun as a map to kind of help them build out where they want to start out. That way they have a quote-unquote home to go, like a place to go home to, or a place for their character to see as home, right? That way they're anchored into the world. And then the final section is probably one or more of them get together with me and actually play out a portion of their life before they get to where they are in session 1. That way, everyone kind of knows where they're coming into in session 1, like what kind of scene they're about to step into, as well as, you know, yeah, my brain just short-circuited. What kind of scene they're about to step into, as well as, you know, having enough prior knowledge to be like, this is what I saw on the way here. You guys might have seen it, you guys might have not. Either way, I have information. Scoop-a-doo.
Yeah, and knowing how your character is going to act and respond to whatever, you know, to the situation, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. No, I think the benefits of doing something like this are massive. I don't know if, you know, a lot of people are doing it now. I know it was not common when I started playing, so
for sure.
a big part of why it's not super common in how I've been running my games up till this point. But yeah, it's I think that it adds a massive benefit to the quality of the start of the game.
I think it's still fairly unknown even now, honestly, and not so much fairly unknown, but like fairly not used.
Uncommon.
It's uncommon. It's like even if they are a GM that is more narratively leaning, I feel like it's just not something that we have fully integrated into the hobby.
Yeah, I think that's a good way of putting it.
Yeah.
Because there is no kind of standard, right, for GMing and for playing, you know, TTRPGs and D&D and stuff.
Yeah.
So, you know, there's no right or wrong way to do it.
Yeah. Especially for a GM.
Yeah, and that, you know, and like the people that taught you how to play, or the shows that you watch that you learned how to play from, that's going to influence how you play and run things, right? So you know, I still notice the influences of all the people that ran games. You know, when I was, you know, coming up, right? So
and honestly, I think one of the biggest influences to this campaign that I'm running is our game, because it's based off of our world. That being said, how we played and how we began our campaign in Thursdays definitely affected me a lot more in a positive aspect in terms of reference, but also what I actually want in my campaigns that I feel like, or at least I think that help enrich the game further than not further, but like can take you or elevate the narrative, right? Because I think we spoke about this, where I feel like some campaigns, while they've gotten more narrative, end up a little bit shorter, right? And then some campaigns also, no matter how long or short they are, kind of fail narrative-wise in allowing their stories to breathe, right? To kind of slow down. But at the same time, while we had that, like we had aspects of that because our group just kind of went, one place to another place. I think we also found ways to allow ourselves the downtime and the breathing room to, one, my character was able to create things, right? Not even as an artificer, like the Neve situation where I wanted to create my own spellcasting material component for the Summon Draconic, and that created a story of its own. Like, it was completely unnecessary, and I could have just been like, I can buy the thing, gimme. But instead created a story of its own to make that more meaningful. And it's like what I liked a lot more is that, one, I just asked in case I could do that. I didn't know whether or not you said yes. And the fact that you said yes, even to bringing back Garrett, who became a toucan later on, just allowed more creativity to flourish and for roleplay to step in without it being like a major part of the story, but a major part of the characters' development themselves. Amazing.
Is this the I don't remember the spell, but the ceremony to bring, like, the reincarnation ceremony that you did
Yes, it was.
for Garrett? Is that what you're...
Yes, it was.
I think that was awesome. I think that was great. Like, I can't say I remember every single part exactly, but I know every character was involved in it in some way, and like, thinking about it, I feel I don't have goosebumps, but like I feel a certain like warmth, because I know that was a good moment for the group, like everyone was like involved, and
and I wanted more of that shit. Hell yeah.
Yeah, and that's right. That's like some of the best stuff there, and I think that it's so important that, like you said, I said yes to that, and I think that's a perspective that we and everyone has to break out of. Is like, it's not whether the GM says yes to something, because once again, we have to think of it that we all have an equal slice of the pie. So I can't say yes or no to you, I try not to ever say no, right? I don't think there's really many times we can look back throughout any of the things I've ran where I've said no. I may have had to like adjust something, and be like, hey, what about this? But even then, I think I've just mostly let things happen. Once again, because most of the time you have to roll dice anyway, so it's not, even if I say yes, it's not really even up to me. It's up to the
it ends
dice,
up like,
It's
like you're just allowing. You're not exactly allowing it to happen, but you're allowing it to have the chance to happen.
Yeah, there's the chance this can happen in this world. Is what I'm saying. I guess in that situation,
we say fuck it, roll the dice, and leave it happen.
But I think it's important to keep in mind. It's like, I hope no one restricts how they think about the game based on whether or not they think their DM will say they can do it or not, right? That, don't restrict yourself in that way. Like always think about whatever you can do and
entertain the possibility.
If your GM isn't open to being flexible and working with you to do something that's fun, I mean, I'm not saying leave that group, right? That's
talk to them about it.
But have a conversation, especially if your whole table feels similarly. It's so fun to be able to flex your creative muscles when we're playing this game. And the rules are a guideline, but they're not a restricted, like a restriction, So
it's funny because you bring up not saying no, and what I have kind of learned is yes and no but. Where
exactly,
like people think that no but is you outright saying no, and it's like no. You're not necessarily saying no. You're essentially saying what you want to do either won't or can't really happen as is. And because as a GM, like what we were saying before, you kind of want a sense of realism in it, not to make it wholly real, but rather to give it a sense of grounding, so that when things happen, they feel a lot more weighted to them, rather than just being
Yes.
like magic. Because essentially the game is magic. You want a sense of suspending disbelief, but at the same time, you want to let magic feel magical, because things feel mundane, right? Like the magical things, like if magical things feel too common, then it's like, that was weird. Then it's like, if it becomes, I mean, in a high magic campaign, right, it becomes as simple as breathing air, right? But then at the same time, it's like, okay, but a wizard doesn't feel like they're someone who has studied a long time to earn their magics, and they're unlocking the secrets of weave in the universe, when everyone else can just do magic, right? Like, it doesn't feel as earned. So in that case, it's just like, you're not necessarily saying no to what a player wants. You're just saying, let me think about, let me consider what is here and what is most naturally possible or unlikely, so that in the sense of the fact that you might not be able to do this here and now, but if you allow for the small little steps that can lead up to its success, or that can lead up to to something like this actually happening, then even if you don't get it in the form that you want, it still happens in a more meaningful way. Let me see. I wish I had an example, but it's hard to.
No, I
brain
so
spaghetti.
sorry. I was just dealing with something very briefly.
Nah, you're good.
So yeah, I think what you said is super important, because it is important to show growth in your your player characters and the world, right?
Yeah.
If it's common to be a super powerful mage, or paladin or whatever, then what's the point of playing the campaign getting to level 20, right? Like,
Exactly.
if there's heroes all over the place, then why do they need you?
Yeah. Because then
The whole point has to
if
be.
it would have just happened anyway, then it's like there was no point in the adventure.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So that's the thing, right? Your PCs are unique to the world, and so then to really show that and make that feel real, I think having that scale as you progress through the campaign, and the world is super important.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe in the beginning, your fighter is not really getting respect from like any martial characters or anything like
Yep.
that, but then once they're level 10, if let's say their background was they were a soldier, then a lot of like militia and town guard and other individuals related to that
Right.
area will know of them and give them respect. They might not
Mm.
be in their army or their military or their
Yeah.
police force or whatever,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
they'll know that this person has led great battles or has
Yeah. And
done
they carry
feats
a
of
weight now.
great.
Yeah.
Exactly, right. And your world has to reflect that, and then level 15 and then level 20, right, and you
Oh my
have
god.
different ways that your world reflects this, and the people in the world reflect this.
Yeah.
um
You just
you
let something
know
click in my brain too, from what you said before. Continue, please. I'll say it
and
after.
there's no, and there's just different ways to show that, whether it's
Mm-hmm.
recognition by people, whether I don't know if this is something that actually happened in a campaign, or this is something that
Mm-hmm.
someone said to me once, but like someone said when the characters reached level 20 or level 15 or something,
Yeah.
that the world recognized that, and like
Yes.
there like something happened in the world, and the whole world became aware that there were heroes of this scale now.
Yes.
And I think something like that is amazing, right?
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
But you can't if that's happening the whole time in the campaign, then
Yep.
it's not going to have this big weight when it
Ooh,
happens.
ooh.
Then, right?
Just reminded me of another thing. God damn it, man. All right, bet. So what you just reminded me of with that is when Brendan Lee Mulligan and Matt Mercer were having like an interview conversation, and he mentioned to I think his nephew, right, where he was just like running around the park with his arm out and his fist at the front and just kind of charging in like a warrior. And he asked him, "Is that your lance? Is that like, are you like a knight?" And he's like, "No, this is what's it called? I'm a fighter or something like that." And he's just like, "I'm throwing a punch." And he's like, "But why do you have your fist out?" And he's like, "This is where it hurts the most." And then it's like, and I realized like just in there is where a lot of characters tend to get like characters, fan fiction OCs. Sorry, but I have to dig on you. And main character syndrome tend to take a dive in the character buildup, because and at the same time character development totally tanks, right? Because a lot of times people create their characters already like, my character is super cool, kind of, he was part of the army, led his own platoon, did the things he did, but they don't know how to scale it to a level 1 character, right?
Yeah.
And I had to even like help my own player now kind of try to scale it to a certain extent, right? Where I'm like, okay, you fly got in my room, I need to smack it. No. But it was like it was in a sense of, okay, so admittedly your character is a level 1, right? So what can a level 1 character do as like a theoretical leader of a group, right? Like we were just like, okay, they were seen as 1, they were expected to be 1, but they weren't 1 yet. They were just expected to become 1, right? And what experiences could you say would be like that of a level 1? So I kind of had to work with that then, and I'm still working on that now. And I realized a level 1 character with a bunch of level 1 NPCs ish type, if they are smart enough, just like a party, can do small scale, wide known, like can do like a wide small scale operation and still remain level 1. That way you don't have to be like, okay, they did all of that stuff, they cannot be justified as a level 1, they'd probably level 3. So I had to be like, okay, this is where kind of the realism of the game comes in. If they're a level 1, how do you justify that? Well, petty theft. Where otherwise they cannot do things alone because they would be crushed or absolutely just, be taken away. But as a group, they can still have the gravity of being a level 1, like, being in absolute panic of goobs, while at the same time have a mediocre sense of success, right? You don't succeed everything. Some of them are going to fail, and some of them are just going to be a little bit goofy. That kind of thing. But kind of going from there is from level 1 and scaling to like level 10, where you're talking about like the character who might have been like a soldier having a carried weight. There needs to be a wind-up for that character to have earned that spot, right? To earn that recognition. And I realized, I think what has kept me away from playing fighters or certain martial classes is exactly that I didn't know how to make that wind-up. And what you said before pretty much just clicked it in my brain. Make a coward. Like, how exciting would it be to make a battle master who's a coward? Right? Like, it's just like playing with a negative stat. Right? It's, the possibility for you to fail has just gotten greater, but it's also a little fun because it's a little goofy, and that it lets you role play your character in your mind over like like Emmett having a -2 to charisma, and I was like, okay, let's make that a positive thing where he's just a bad liar or speaks too much. How do you do that with a coward who's proficient in fighting? Right? Not a pacifist, but a coward.
Yeah, yeah. No, I mean, I think it's great.
Yeah.
I I played a rogue that was a coward, so he wasn't a frontliner, but there were times he had to get up
Yeah.
close in combat.
Yep.
So I had a little fun with that. So yeah, no, it definitely is a good way to add, that extra aspect
Yeah.
to the character.
And it's funny because that's a
like, to
natural.
even...
Yeah, and it's like it's a natural beginning for a lot of stories, right? And I think
Yeah.
like start off as a coward, and at the same time find other aspects of the character, not so much that have to be redeemed. You'll probably figure out what will be redeemable about them, but find out what other aspects about them can support being a coward. But yeah, what were we saying before I rudely interrupted?
You're good. You're good. I was gonna say two things. So one is that even if you don't want to be a full coward, you can still take the approach of um someone who's just not used to the lifestyle of an adventurer and is just kind of acclimating and coping, so they're just not a hero, and they're not heroic, and they're not brave, but they're not a coward, right?
Yeah, that's true.
But like, imagine tomorrow they were like, all right, you're going to join our police force. We're gonna give you training, but you have to join our police force. You'd be hesitant and tentative. I mean, hopefully that's not something that happens, but
Yeah.
you would, right? I don't think you'd be like, all right, I'm ready to face any of the the dangers the NYPD face on a regular basis.
Yep.
Not that I think all of the NYPD face dangers, whatever. I'm not gonna get into
I like
political
how
and other views right now. But all that to say, so I think there's a lot of ways to to grow a character into being a hero. But then on the other side of it is, hey, GM, you got to facilitate that as well, right? Like, you have to, once again, the world has to respond to these characters that are growing and performing these feats.
They want to grow.
Whether it's heroism or villainy or whatever they are doing, if they are growing in level and getting to level 5, where they're getting the local recognition, getting to level 10, we're getting, like, kingdom-wide recognition. Level 15 is, like, continent-wide or something like that. And then, level 20 is, like, worldwide recognition, and, like, even, like, the gods, and, right, the world and the beings of this world have recognized these heroes at level 20, right? When you're that high of a level, right, you can stop time, you don't age, right? You can live forever. Like, there's some special, you've been recognized in some way, right? And so the GM has to really, make sure that that's noted, and it doesn't have to be direct, right? It doesn't have to be as direct as the world actually shapes in response to you getting level 15. But it could be that, new people approach you and recognize you. You get challenged to a duel by someone because they want to test your skill, and
if the rumors are true, or if you've just been exaggerating, right?
Exactly.
And like piggybacking on that as a fun challenge, because you've introduced the 7 swordsmen in our world that I definitely got to hit you up about. Is like, there should be characters like that kind of remind the players that they are a part of this world, right? Like, not just being like feeling the ripples of their actions through what changes happen around the world because they like save the day, but like the negative ripples, well, not necessarily negative, but like of how rumors spread out. Like, some people are going to be scared of you, some people are going to be reverent, thinking you're heroes, and some people are going to be doubters, right? Like,
and like some people are going to want revenge.
Exactly. And then some people are like, okay, you're strong, I can see that, the rumors, but I bet it's because your team carried you, right? and it's like a slight to their ego. Like it can be a slight to their ego, but at the same time, it's like 1v1 me right now, 1v1 me right now. And it's just a fun way of, especially for characters who want to do a little bit of a fighting, right, without too much consequence, of being like where normally spells are not able to have a non-lethal aspect about them, but this would be like one of those fights where it's like, yeah, I'll allow non-lethal because you both are agreeing to not try to kill each other, but rather just to test each other. Unless you decide to just outright kill them, in which case that'll have consequences of its own. Right? Because eventually, when you get that sort of recognition, why wouldn't a character realistically have grown to gather the ability to hold back their spells? Or if you want to challenge them in the later part of the stories of you've gotten powerful, but you haven't fully learned to control your power because you still only control it. I mean, you still only use it enough for, sealing the deal of killing rather than knowing when not to kill, kind of a thing, right? Like like being powerful versus being strong.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you're hearing crunches, it's because I'm pulling a candle out.
I thought I was hearing dice, if I'm being honest. So.
Yeah, no, I was pulling one of my candles because I'm like, I want to light in like some scents, fragrance.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, but yeah.
You'd also just made me think. I mentioned the revenge thing because of what happened with Garrett's character. That was like. I'm not going to say that I had that planned out from the beginning of the campaign, but once we got to a certain point in the campaign, and I was like, holy shit, I can tie in this thing from his backstory from the very beginning of the campaign.
Dude, I love those.
All the way to now.
Yeah.
I was like, because he built up enough renown.
Yeah, enough renown and rumors for like, because like eventually we came to Neverwinter and you're like, that's the T team, and we're like, oh fuck, we're famous. Right, like we don't have that anonymity anymore, which can play for us and against us in what you made. Yes,
exactly, right. I think that's also an interesting thing to keep in mind at the higher levels, is that the anonymity aspect that
is gone.
The party might have had at the lower levels, right? might be gone. In most places,
right?
Except for remote places, right? And so it's like when they're trying to do something discreet, there's this extra layer of difficulty to it.
Because it's like you would think that the more powerful they got, it would be easier to do so because now they can control their abilities to do these things better. But what they don't realize is the aspect of the game that watches them, which is the renown. The same store is not going to just keep falling for what they want over and over again. It's going to either improve, or because you fucked with them once, either some sort of merchantry, probably that. Is like, hey guys, these are people who just kept pulling this shit on me. They're kind of scammers, right? Like shopkeepers talk. People get to know each other. They're not just gonna stand still and let you scam everyone. Like as soon as scammers come in, namely the players' early levels, people are gonna start to know. And at the same time, like, oh wow, these were the heroes. Those guys are the assholes who've been scamming me, right?
Yeah.
And so it's
like they talk in the guild halls.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like, all right, you guys have the renown. Great. So you now are well renowned and powerful. That means you guys probably are rich enough to pay off your debts, right? So you just managed to introduce a new layer of, are they gonna be the assholes and fight their way out, or and gain themselves a bounty rather than like a renown, or are they gonna take learn to take responsibility for their past actions, right? Because it's like yeah, maybe they stole from them, but it was for a good cause. They'll try to reason their way out, but the truth of the matter is, when you are in like a lawful place like a city and some other stuff, sorry, but you still committed the crimes, so you still have to take, so you're still under the face of the law, right? Like, you may have been powerful, but this is where you realize, now that you're in the eyes of the world, more and more powerful creatures, including like scholars, high-level wizards, archmages, they're going to keep an eye on you, because if you're going to be more trouble than you're worth, they're going to start trying to nip you in the bud. And they're going to do it directly. Instead of like bad guys who can't use the law on their side, these are going to be people who have reasonable, who have the law behind them and reasonable cause to take you down.
Yeah, if you're in a kingdom doing shit and they don't like what you're doing, then yeah, the fucking archmage, if they have an archmage, right, they can just fucking teleport,
right,
scoop you up, bring you to the fucking prison cells, and that's it, you know?
And it's like oh wow, these guys are well renowned. We have the rumors, whoa, they're appearing in the city, people know them, great. Or what you don't know is maybe what if that's entirely what the law and authority need to find out where you're going or where you're sleeping that night. Wait till you're asleep, and then, just like in Menza Baranzan, ambush you. Like, actually no, you literally did this to us too. When you picked up Garrett's character, like kidnapped him, is beads of silence, ways to cancel out magic, and even like shackles of like the magical shackles and stuff, right?
Ways because you go around, you say, hey, what kind of magic did you see them doing? You hear people talk. What kind of spells did they use? How did this person fight? And then boom, you come in, you're prepared, and you guys, and
now it's not a point of, whoa, what kind of bad guys are we facing? No, you are the bad guys. The good guys prepared for you. They have been preparing for you since you kept scamming everybody or killing everything outright. And it's like, eventually the consequences of your actions do have to play out, right? And if it means, like, I'm not in this point, it's like some people would probably say that's railroading. It's really not. You had an entire campaign to think about the moral dilemmas of your actions, and you kept stacking karma against you. Now the scale of fate never turned against you. It's just time for you to pay up. Right?
Yeah, listen, if you go around the world committing crimes and then Interpol catches you eventually, it's like well, that that is just a logical course of action that happens from that.
Like you are heroes to a sense, and that is enough to lighten the sentence that we want to give you. That is the only reason why you're not getting the death sentence or life in prison.
It even depends. Are you are you now in a place, in a different place if you're a high enough level, right? Yeah. Maybe your heroes back in this kingdom, but in this kingdom you just came to and you tried doing that same scamming stuff. You're not heroes here. They know of you though, and they're not having your shit here, right?
Exactly. And what people don't know about political intrigue is when you start to align with kingdoms and stuff, people start to think, oh, you fight for this kingdom, great, classic adventure, right? But if you want a little bit deeper on the political intrigue, just enough, you ally yourself with one kingdom, that kingdom is not friends with every other kingdom. Just because the Lord, like, especially like in Faerun, just because the Lord's Alliance exists, and like, they have this yearly or every 4 years, they have this renewal of contracts. That's just them saying, we're not going to try to take each other down. but these fuckers are with you. So, like, if they come from your kingdom to mine and they start stirring shit up, I'm either going to arrest them or you need to pay up for their mistakes. In which case, now you're in trouble with two kingdoms because you carry the weight of that kingdom that you're allied to, and you're ruining their reputation. And they might, like, the worst part is you lose a level of renown because you're too much trouble and your debt is too high for them to be like, it's easier to excommunicate them than it is to, you know, keep playing with the game. It's like, yeah, you were heroes.
I was just about to say that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, oh, you got this guy, you got this group, and they did this, and this. It's like, you know what? Actually, they're not even our people anymore. Actually,
Yeah.
you know, we.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
and it's like what players thought was their biggest connect to let them do stuff is, no, you fucked up your credit, buddy. Your credit score is trash.
Yep.
You were closing your account.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's what I mean by, like, you know, making the world feel real, right? Like, that's real life consequence type shit, you know? Yeah, and it's great when you can add that kind of stuff into your game.
Yeah. And it's like, that's not even really a mechanical part. It's more of like, it's still partly exploration, but it does introduce the aspect of not just moral dilemma, but more about, like, legal dilemma. I don't know what word I'm trying to look for.
Yeah, like consequence, like moral consequence. I don't. Yeah, no, I get what you're getting at. I don't know if consequence is the right word either, but
yeah, right. It's kind of the way it's akin to the party finding their favorite NPC, and then the bad guy finding out about it and trying to, you know, kill them off to deal emotional damage to.
Okay, yeah, you're introducing stakes. Yeah,
there you go, introducing stakes.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the flavor. Yeah, it's just more political and what's it called? Political and renown involved rather than just one person. It's everybody. I love that shit.
And we've just been kind of talking around this for a bit, but like, I mean, we have to implement, like, you know, the renown thing, even if it's just like for us as GMs, kind of internally, right? It's like you know, and it's something I've done, you know, like not as structured, but like, but I've definitely done it, right? But tracking the renown of the group, right? What kind of shit has your group done? How do people view them? You know, in what light do they view them? You know, and each person in the group individually too, right? Because it's not just the whole group has an image, but each person, right? You think about it like a boy band almost, right?
Yeah.
The whole group has an image, but then each person in that band has a separate image as well. You know, and I think you got to think about that. And that was something I had started to get into a little bit in when you guys went to Neverwinter. You know, I started to kind of get into that a little, because it's important. You know, it's like not everyone in the group should have the same, I guess, you know, fans or rivals or, you know, or whatever it may be, right? Like Emmett has Archie, but Archie's not, you know, that same doesn't fit into that same kind of father role for the entire group, right?
Exactly.
You know, that's unique to Emmett.
Yeah.
And you
Same
have
with
to
the
have
guild.
stuff like that for each. Yeah, exactly. You have to have stuff like that for each character.
Yeah.
And that's gonna help them feel unique, help the world feel more alive and stuff.
Yep. I'll take that even a little bit further because I have two characters. You have Emmett. I mean, you have the T team, which is our team.
Yes.
Who is a friend, who are not right now, renown-wise, known as Friends of Candlekeep. Right? Like, they still got to pay up with something good to get in, you know, but they are like, they have a sense of privileges for working for Candlekeep for the short time that they did, right? And getting to know some of the professors and stuff.
Yes.
But in terms of the two characters I have, I have Emmett, who is an artificer, along with Vita, who knows Explodemius. So he is likely, like, he, realistically, he is likely to get to know more people, like Mio, Vita, Explodemius, the people who are crafters, right? But if we take about my other character, Neve, because she learned from the people who were during the culinary festival that was happening at the time,
Yes.
she would be more likely to have renown with that part of of Candlekeep. So even though it's like
Mm-hmm.
two characters are both friends with Candlekeep and they're allied, it's just that it's like a high school clique. They just know different people and traveled in different circles,
Yeah.
even in the one spot. So it's
Yeah,
like,
and I think.
mm-hmm.
Sorry.
No. So it's like that. It's just like that.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think like games where they may where maybe you have I think Kids on Brooms really does this well, where you have like almost the tropes, right? And so that kind of helps you have an idea very clearly of like what groups your character is going to, mesh with and be able to kind of like get information from or
Yup.
leverage in some way in the school. And I think applying that kind of thing across, anything you do, right, is
Yeah.
who is your character, and we always do it to a kind of, I think, like a topical level, right? The rogue is always
Yeah.
going to be able to go to the Thieves Guild, and
yup.
get some, information if they roll well enough.
Yeah.
Or the cleric can always go to, the local church of their priest and get something there. And but there's deeper levels to that, right?
Exactly. That's what I was about to say. Yeah. It's like,
and so
we know the
exploring
general surface area, but we hardly do you see it explored just a little bit deeper for them to be like, yeah, you could go to the local thing. And honestly, the book does tell them, yeah, you go to the local thing, maybe you earn a job there, that's your downtime stuff. It's like, okay, yeah, but I want to know a little bit more, right? And when it comes to like players and GMs, what as a GM, right, in terms of facilitating and also running the game, coming up with the story, you right there have something to listen in for the players, for listening in on what they want, right? Want to find in their players and their character and the players to find in their characters and how their character gets grounded in the world, right? Like all you really have to do is listen in to what they want, take it into account, and then see how well you can execute it. And the fun part is, how can you overlap? It's in my shirt. No. Sorry. This fly that flew into my room climbed up my shirt. No, climbed under my shirt. I was like, holy frick. I immediately noticed it. I was just like, why the hell? Yeah, you did. You son of a bitch. I was just like, why am I feeling something? That's not my sweatpant, like, the little tie thing. Yeah. And then I remember, this son of a bitch, he came into my room. So yeah, it started crawling literally on my skin, and I was like, hell no.
Yeah, that's where it has to.
So you just heard my battle cry. You heard my battle cry. Yeah, no,
it was glorious.
Yeah. But don't clip that. I can't. But it's one of my favorite parts is finding the overlaps, and like when you find the overlaps between the characters, like what you were saying, right, with Garrett and like what he did early on and eventually came into the revenge route. I was like, I want to use that somehow, and I've been using it in my Monday campaign. Dude, it helps so much because I've told this to people where sometimes you're not entirely sure what you're writing and what the story is trying to tell you it wants to become. Because if you're just thinking about the overlaps, you actually start to find the natural storylines that the characters kind of inadvertently created for each other sometimes. and it becomes very meaningful. Let me see.
Yeah, I know you've mentioned to me in some of our chats about that in your
Mm-hmm.
campaign. Yeah, right. Yeah, you're definitely um by delving into that kind of stuff, right? The different, kind of relationships with your characters have with the world, and vice
Mm-hmm.
versa, the world has with your characters. Yeah, when you find those overlaps, and that's stuff that you can use for, for for different things, right?
Yeah.
Depending on the characters that have the overlap, how it overlaps, right? Um, yeah. Uh, I
It,
think we, you and uh or I guess, yeah, you and Vita's player, or yeah, player, right?
yeah.
And Vita and Emmett have, been exploring stuff, leading up to when we took our break in the campaign, and I'm sure when we return, that'll
Mm-hmm.
continue, right? And so that's
Yeah.
one way that kind of happened naturally. I don't think that was a plan that was that was had when Vita was created. But I think, as we've played, as those characters have journeyed together, right?
Yeah.
That's kind of something that's grown naturally through like conversations and interactions and things.
And honestly, like kind of going deeper into Renown, um, I didn't really know how to use the. Quick question: do you hear that weird laughter?
You don't.
Am I crazy? Am I hearing it from outside? I think I'm going insane because I keep hearing a random laughter. That being said, uh, when it comes to Renown, like Faerun has those 5 factions like the Zentarim, Harpers, the Emerald Enclave, and whatnot. And they give you the levels of it and how to earn them. But at the same
Yes.
time,
Yes.
you almost never see it used. Um, yeah, you just
Because
almost
there's
never
already
see it
so
used.
there's shit going on,
Exactly.
right? That you got
Yeah.
to
Or
manage
or they just make
as a
their own
GM.
because it's easier, right?
Yes.
But at the same time, what I realized is while trying to implement that myself, right? Because it's already there. It's just easier for me. And two, uh, what I realized is the part of the difficulty of the milestone, like leveling system, is that as a GM, you might not realize that you're not utilizing the resources you have at your hand, which in this case would be the renown system and factions, right? What I've even had to tell my players to expect is once you guys hit level 6, which is graduating from the module that we're running, Lost Minds of Phandelver, is that it's gonna take you a longer time. Like you guys leveled up to level 5 fairly quickly, even though this adventure seemed a little bit longer, right? But the time frame
Mhm.
is it hasn't been that long since you guys left for your mission. It's just that the danger quickly ramped up because you're just caught up in a lot of things. But as the
Yeah.
world starts to open up to you after this quest, you're going to realize just how small level 5 really is. And then you're going to come into it at level 6, which means the power jump definitely already takes a spike, right? But now you have to start realizing what levels exist in the game outside of character level, right? Like, and what we're talking about is literally renown, right? Like you need to find out what you can level up as a character and as a character in the world before you can uh, level up to level 7. Like even us, it took us what, at least a year to finally get to level 6, where I changed character from Emmett to Neve, and then switched over 2 years more before I switched back to Emmett, which is hilarious and amazing in and of itself. I had so much fun. Um, that feels long, but in game, it did not take that long. But at the
Yeah.
same time, what I think that time frame allowed for me, although normally on average it's a lot shorter for other people, our biggest thing was the schedule monster. Um, what that allowed for me in terms of letting the campaign breathe, doing other stuff is as a player allowed me to absorb my character's abilities with each level so that I'm getting the most mileage out of each level and using resources to their fullest, as well as building up that renown. So by the time you leveled us up higher, it just felt earned, right? Or like we finally got our way there. Like hell fucking yeah.
Yeah, that was. I'll give credit to the various DMs I had coming up.
Mm-hmm.
That like it definitely felt like every time we leveled up, it felt very earned,
Mm-hmm.
but in the best way. And so I really
Exactly.
tried to replicate that. I hope I did well. You know, where like it felt earned, but in a good
Yeah.
way, not just in like a oh god, we finally slogged through all
Dude,
this fucking bullshit and got this
we
level up finally. You know,
right, dude. It felt so nice coming back as Emmett. Not just being like, oh, I finally get to play Emmett after 2 years. It really was 2 years. That was crazy.
Yeah.
But it was more about this is Emmett getting to, because he went from like we went to from level 6 to level 12 actually, right? From
Yes.
like go like our characters went to hell. We stole a nautiloid from an elder brain dragon. Use that literally to go to hell, and then explore some of the other dimensions. We did a lot of bullshit.
This
to
was
get to level
before
12.
Baldur's Gate. This was
Yeah.
before Baldur's Gate.
Gate 3
Fuck
came out.
you, Larry.
Dude, yeah,
No, no,
fuck
no.
you. We did that shit first. We did that shit first. You don't understand. We
That's
crashed. We
crazy.
took
I
a
didn't
nautiloid.
even think about that
Right?
shit,
We
though.
took
That's
our
so
nautiloid
funny.
to hell first, buddy. We did our teleportation. And you know what we did? We did it to save our bard's daughter's soul. And then lose
Yeah.
our rogue because he got too greedy with the deck of many things. Oh man. But see, like,
That was
all
so
the-
wild.
dude. But at the same time, I still remember all of that fresh in my mind. Right? As a player, I still remember all of that fresh in my mind because that's the spirit of exploration that I as a GM want to bring back. Right? Like bring back those stories rather than just being like, you know, the heavy narrative that I love anyway and the emotion, but at the same time feel the adventure. That being said, when we finally got back and Neve finally switched over to Emmett, Emmett, I kind of had to think about the fact that it hasn't been that long, but Emmett had to come into an understanding of mechanics and magics to reach level 12 from Iltkazar and the dwarven artificers there, right?
Yeah.
One, I was I love the fact that you let me make my own item, as well as even though you probably would have let me, not even would have, you literally told me I could have made up to legendary. You let me make items that were more sentimental to each member of the party, but at the same time, what got my character to level 12 in my mind is it wasn't just learning these new things and studying like on paper. It was the fact that he got to learn artificery from a different part of the world, right? He had studied artificery from level 1 in the Daybreakers Guild in Neverwinter, and then from the adventure leading up to level 5 to level 6-ish, and then 6, 7 to 12 learning not just from the artificers of the dwarves in Iltkazar, but the fact that he got to learn their culture and in a sense earn the renown from them that you ended up rewarding me with a +3 all-purpose tool, which I still love, by the way. That shit was my baby.
That thing's awesome.
Yeah. And it was a great reason for me to be like, I want to return their friendship by giving them the first keepsake of our campaign that I got to have, which was Shatterspike, the magical sword that we got from the Sunless Citadel.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, that shit.
I remember that. Yeah. I think you know it's cool to be able to. I think it's kind of like Emmett was able to, or not was, but is able to, or has been able to kind of create his own form of artificery, you know, kind of taking all the different components that he's like learned and self-taught.
Yeah.
And so I think that kind of, you know, is why he is, you know, in such a short period of time, right?
Yep.
Was able to achieve that is because, and then also when you look at it, you know, kind of the dwarves of Iltkazar, you know, are kind of basically like a hidden society, right? You
Yeah,
guys have to go
exactly.
through all that stuff to
Yeah.
get there, and so you're getting all these secrets that are basically thought to be long lost, and
Yep.
so that also helped as well, you know.
Dude.
But yeah,
That
it's like, yeah,
that detail of that adventure that he never got to see as a GM became such a rich resource for me in turning Emmett into not a DMPC, but an actual NPC. Right? Because I've always planned for him to be just like, he's just a character that allows me to introduce things to the party and let them do things without trying to create a whole new thing for this campaign. It's just like, he has these things. If you need certain information, he might have them. He's a good point of interest, but he's gonna fuck off the first moment. Like if you try to get him to help you and stuff, he's gonna search realistically every reason to not be there because you're not his party.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it allows me to be like, okay, I can introduce. No, it not even can. I will. What we earned from that adventure, which was one, not the Mizium mortar, not the Mizium armor that he wears, but rather Mizium itself, which is like a form of adamantine or mithril, but in a whole new way, and then throw it at my players and see what they do with it as an aspect.
I love that. Yeah, that's great to be able to just take stuff and, you know, kind of like you were saying, right, present it to your players and see what they do with it. Like we're all tying back all the way earlier to like scaffold rolling stuff
Exactly.
out. You know, I don't know if that's what you were even thinking
it
about
still
when
works.
you were
It still
talking
works.
about that, but
yeah. It's just we are playing the same game as players, but as GMs, it's fun for me, the extra level that I feel like we can have a lot of fun with before we throw it at our players, right? It's like I'm not really good at creating like those intricate puzzles. If someone can create a riddle for the players, you have my respect. I want to know how you do that, because God knows I'm not great at it.
Puzzle making and riddle crafting are sometimes I'll get struck with a little bit of like, you know, a moment of you know, inspiration. I'll come up with something, you know, that I think is pretty good, and it's probably something that I heard somewhere in passing once, forgot about for years, and then my brain was like, no, you just made this up. If I'm being honest, I don't know if it's even original stuff, honestly. But yeah, that's definitely an area where I'm just like, I'm okay not being a master in that area and just using what other people have created for that, because there's people that are really good at that shit. You know, but yeah, it would be cool to be able to be like, yeah, I made this dope riddle, you know, but like, yeah, riddles are something that
it's these weird little bits that are behind the GM screen that we're like, I want to have a little bit of fun with it, but at the same time it's like I think you get such a richness to it as a GM when you're doing it for your players, right? Not even just your players. Like if at best you're doing it for your friends. When because what I see now is that a lot of times people get into the tables with their friends, right? And that's great. I actually I fully support you going for that as like your first table if you can. Because it will bring about some realizations for what you want in a campaign, in your next campaign, right? Your first one is probably never going to be as good as like your next few ones, or maybe it is that good because you're just that spoiled. Like how our party was. Admittedly, we were definitely spoiled. Trust me, I consider our party spoiled by you in the best way, and so is my friend's party that I recently found out about it. Because God damn, and it's what's craziest to me is uh, the moment there was no defining moment that I can think of where our table went from strangers to like actual friends, right? Because
Yeah.
we literally met each other for the first time at the Whole Foods.
Yeah.
Like,
Yep.
we like a lot. Like I said, a lot of times people enter in their parties now with friends or people that they know of or get recommended, and a lot of times it's online. But we literally took the dive and we're like, "Hey, stranger, you want to meet up?" And then and I walked into there and be like, "They're not gonna like me. This is how I die. They're actual like psychopaths. I'm not going home tonight." Oh man! And then 7 years later, here we are. Oh man.
Yeah, I mean, I've met so many people through doing that, not in the Whole Foods specifically, but just
Yeah.
being like, hey, I'm looking to start a group,
Hmm.
this is where we're playing, because that was how it was before we started playing online, right? It
Yeah.
was you put a post on Reddit,
Yup.
you hit up, you get responses, you meet up with people, you have a kind of quick one-to-one chat to make sure that they're
They
a good
vibe
fit
well.
for the group
Yeah.
and they're not a serial killer.
Yeah. And then you meet them for the first
You
time, and then you have to reconfirm everything.
yeah. Well, no, that's what I'm saying is
Yeah.
usually, I don't think I did it with our group, but I usually was meeting each person individually
Oh.
prior
Oh.
prior
Did
to
not know that.
doing a group meeting, yeah.
Yeah.
But I think that just became too much legwork by the time that I
Fair.
got
Honestly,
to
that's fair.
starting our group, and
Yeah.
I was just like, I can't do that. But when I added Simon into our group, and I'm assuming even for Brad, I
Mm-hmm.
did meet them individually.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah,
To
that's right. I
you
just
know,
realized I never
because I
knew how
met
you met them. Oh my god.
yeah, so, um, you know, I mean, I met them initially on Reddit, but then
Mm-hmm.
moved them into the hey, we got to meet in person,
Yup.
because that's how I did my kind of like session 0 with them.
Yeah.
Brought them up to speed on how our table functioned, what we
Yup.
were doing in the campaign, how their character would fit in. We did their character creation. So there was so much that went into that meeting. It was basically like a slightly watered down meeting, version of what we did in
Yeah.
our, that big initial meeting. Um,
Oh man, I'm so fond of our group.
yeah,
That can
it's a great group.
I just want to flex our group a little bit because I really am just fond of our group, even though it's like, life is trying to get in our way right now. That it's difficult trying to finish even our own uh, kids on brooms thing. Uh,
Our
but
side
it's
campaign.
I know, right? And so we're just trying to get back to our main campaign. Oh man, uh, can you believe that we've at least played this mini campaign for Kids on Brooms for over a year now? No, I think over 2 years.
Okay, I thought.
That's so funny.
Oh
But no,
God,
but
I thought you were gonna say that. That
yeah,
I feel like responsible in a bad way
no,
for
no, no,
that.
no, no, no. You're not.
So
No, no, it's not. This is literally like just one of our players had to like move away for work, and COVID happened,
yeah,
and that just kind of went in, right? But it's like what I liked about our group is that one, we literally are trying to make it work. Like it's difficult, and life literally tries to get away, where one person finally gets free and someone else gets busy, uh, and then it's just like shit just kind of happens. We're like, no, 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 we free. But at the same time, we still check in at least as much as we can before the session like actually happens, and to see who's coming in. But
yeah,
and not but in a bad way. What I wanted to flex about is the fact that um, our group still has, for the amount of changes that we have had in players, still has mostly our core groups whenever they became, right? Like,
yeah,
is it not in? It's insane to me that our original characters were uh, Emmett, Garrett, Constance, Saren. Those are our first four, and then switched over Constance to Mio because Constance had to move away, or
mhm,
Maxine. But what's it called? And then uh, our cleric also had to move away. So we lost Saren, and then we got Damokos. So we have already 6 characters in going. And then because it's a big world and there's a freedom to it, and honestly, I love the fact that we got to switch characters just to, like, you know, stave off boredom. Like, if you feel like there's your character is reaching a narrative point where they have to step away from the party for a little while.
Yeah.
Our adventures allowed for that to happen, in which case I switched over from Emmett. I got Neve out of it, right? And then we got to end Damokos' story. So like that's a character end without like completing the full-on campaign. And because of that, we got Ostia. And at the same time, Emmett coming back granted us Vita. And I mean, somewhere before that, Mio. Good God. Then, you know, you got Vita, then Victus. And dude, that's like maybe 10 or 11 characters in this one campaign group. That's crazy to me.
Yeah. It's awesome though, you know,
right?
Because it's, first off, I definitely know from firsthand experience that in long-term stuff, people can get a little antsy or you know, burnt out playing the same character.
Exactly.
So I was like, okay, we're going to introduce this. It also fits very well easily with the Acquisitions Incorporated.
Oh yeah.
You know,
that was
kind
fun.
of, you know, base that we're using. So yeah, I mean, you know, I was like, okay, we're going to do this. And you know, there was never any pressure to switch characters, but the option was always there.
Exactly. And it let you ease the pressure on the players. I'm speaking from personal account at least, that, you know, we didn't have to feel trapped in our own character, right? Like if we're displeased with this character, then you were literally working with us to be like, okay, where does this character go directionally? Do they feel like they're done, or do they want to keep going? At least in my case with Emmett, we talked about it. You know, we had a conversation, and like realistically, figuratively, I don't know what the heck I'm saying. Emmett, there was no way for me to convince myself that Emmett could pass up learning from the dwarves at Ilkazar.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it's like you're dangling a fruit in front of my face and the party's about to leave. I'm not about to, like, in character and out of character, ask the party, can we stay here for 6 months? Right? And you're gonna have a time skip? No. I want the kind of moral, like, not even the moral, like, emotional dilemma of my character being like taking the chance that he's never going to see his party again if they die out there in an adventure without him, and then that comes out as regret. And funny enough, that ended up happening a little bit because Mio stayed at Candlekeep. Damokos finished his adventure, and Garrett played with the fates and ended up losing to a deck of many things. So he's gone for now. But it's like that, to me, when he came back, gave me a new long-term quest or a new long-term dilemma of he's a Warforged who wanted to build a family and now has separation anxiety. And I was like, shit, man, I didn't realize that this character could go that much deeper. And I'm like, I just enjoyed it.
Yeah. Well, that's good to hear, you know.
Yeah.
Because that's the most important part of the game, right? Is to have fun.
Right.
So
that being said, for time check, one, not so much that it's been 2 hours, but because it is 11 p.m. So I wanted to see whether or not you had to, how you are in terms of time.
I was actually literally about to say this is, I think, a good point for me to jump off.
All right.
So yeah,
man.
Thank you for having me on. It was a pleasure chatting.
This is my OG GM. Andrew. I hope you guys had a lot of fun hearing from them, and also just like hearing me yap to them and with them. Uh, it's not like I can shout you out because you're not a streamer.
It's
but
all right.
but
I don't need any shout outs.
yeah, but if there was,
I do what I do for the love of the game.
hell yeah. I do want to ask if there's any like parting words that you want to give to you know, anyone from chat. Oh God! Well, it's happening. Actually, hold on. Ad starts in about 30 seconds, so I gotta let you go beforehand because then I'd be keeping you for like 3 to 5 more minutes, and I'm like,
okay, peace. Yeah. No, that's okay. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, man, dude. I gotta get you back here like every now and then, dude. I love GM talks.
Yes, I will. I will happily return. I hope the rest of the stream goes great.
Hell yeah! But guys, we're gonna go on a quick break. As you know, I'm gonna quick ad break. Go get a stretch, your foods, have sex. I don't know. We'll see you in a bit. Let me see. Well, well, well. Oh, music is loud. Let me move. Let me just. All right. Welcome back. Welcome back, everybody. Now then, before I end up singing to this song because I love it, welcome back to the latter portion of tonight's stream, or tonight's Ales of the Yapping Porthole, where I want to tackle the subject of investigation. I think that it is one of, if not the most used skill within. Hey, Gordon. Within at least D&D or even TRPG in general, right? Because you are essentially investigating every game that you just play in within a TRPG. I guess you are also kind of doing it even in like a war game, like D&D, like Warhammer. I say D&D because D&D did start off as a war game, but 5th edition is a lot more narrative and roleplay central. Where I would say Pathfinder 3.5 or 2.5e is closer to its roots as a strategy war game kind of a thing, with the allowance of roleplay using the aspect of mechanics to kind of ground itself, where D&D 5e leans more towards player and GM intuitive creativity, right? Like their innate creativity and trying to world build together to find out what is in the game. And I'm getting distracted because my door is lopsided. Fuck whoever made this building. That being said, while it was made that way, surprisingly, where I do see some of the fault, it's not fault, but where I see players, and sometimes, not even sometimes, players and GMs tend to falter in, is allowing the area of investigation affect their roleplay in some way. Or at least, not so much a falter, it's more of that a lot of times they don't necessarily fail at it because they're bad at it. It's just because sometimes, well, actually most times, there is a sense of paralysis to it because the players on their side don't really know where to start or where to begin, even if they have the quest at hand, right? Or sometimes they don't have the quest at hand, but they don't know where to begin, even though the layout and of environment, the new room, is technically right in front of them to start poking around, right? Really, right after Golden, it was Soda Pop. That's kind of amazing. All right. So, investigation, while investigation itself is an actual skill check within D&D 5e, it's not necessary. Like, what I'm covering more is the umbrella term of investigation itself. In this case, if you had seen my tweet, I layered it with, I'm not going to repeat it. I layered it with some hints of how I use it, at least, which was using the 5 senses. I want to at least maybe make it easier for someone who is having a hard time role-playing investigation or even information gathering through investigation themselves. The truth is, I'm so distracted by Soda Pop as a medieval song. I see people tend to get locked into the stats where they think just because you have a character who's good at who's has high intelligence or high wisdom, they're the character that should be taking the lead all the time on investigation, insight, or perception, which are the 3 main skills for investigation. And as a kind of introduction to each, you have insight, which is, I know, okay, kind of stepping back. Right, like I want to introduce the topics of that, and like I said, people tend to think that the more intelligent and high wisdom characters are to take the leads on that. The truth is, you don't have to. I'm so distracted by the song, I have to lower down the music. Oh man, tell me if that's too high or too low. But yeah, it doesn't have to be these characters that take the lead or forefront on it all the time. Same thing as the strongest characters, the fastest or the most hardy characters. They can take the lead. They should take the lead, but you should entertain the possibility when they don't. Just like how in a lot of movies or TV shows, you tend to have the comedic relief type character, kind of like that. Not to say that your character should be the comedic, not that your character. Wow, are we just in Hijinks? But yeah, not that your character should be the comedic relief. Comedic release? No, Jesus, no. But that they should be willing to be the fool every now and then. Not, like there are times when splitting from the party means you don't have the skill to do a thing, but you can also roleplay it as you've seen that character do this and that. It shouldn't be that hard, and so you do something you have no business doing as a character, right? Stat wise, zero business doing it. Character wise, you believe in yourself, right? And see what little bit of the hijinks that is in there, because welcome to Jinkies and Hijinks. At the same time, those characters who are leading those characters, players, and even like from a GM perspective, which I'll get into later, should also learn, one, to share the spotlight, because this is a cooperative game. You are moving together as a unit, not just as like a group of solos, right? It's a team game, but it's not exactly like Overwatch or Marvel Rivals where everyone plays their role to the T. It does, and it gets you the win, but because this is a game without a win, allow yourself to dip outside of the role meta, as you could probably call it, right? And so instead, it's like, yeah, you can start off role play where someone is the tank, they do the tank things, they do the thing, but when it comes to outside of battle, explore maybe doing the different roles, right? Maybe your character would be fit for being the face, but they want to be not the face, or maybe they want to be the brains of the operation, right? Like, people play intelligence and wisdom as the dump stat for barbarians. I gotta tell you, barbarians don't have to be dumb. It's just that people tend to view them that way because strength and agility and probably constitution are their highest stats. But it's fun to have that character who's like, they're strong and they intimidate people because of how strong they are, like Krod, one of my favorite barbarian characters. Or he's stealthy because he scares everyone into not noticing him. But honestly, kind of like that, right? You have a character who's high intimidation because instead of rolling stealth, and even though he's not the smartest, he uses the player of that scene uses their ingenuity of their character's personality and mindset more than their as a way to bolster the reason that they have a stat like intimidation, right? But at the same time, you don't even if they didn't have it and they still went with it, it's good to just explore these things. But that's not necessarily the full stack of what I want to go into tonight. It's just more of a, allow these things to be possible in your characters when you make them as a player, and also listen into your players as a DM into what your characters are trying to explore within a scene for investigation. But that'll be in the latter half of this portion. I want to explore from the player side how investigation can work, not so much as opposed to should work, but can work, and that might help people if they are having trouble with it. So part of what I wanted to talk about this is, in the past, I ended up at a Reddit post of someone playing a high intelligence character, but they themselves, they don't consider themselves very intelligent. They also don't know how to role play intelligence, and it was literally their first time playing a character like this, so they didn't know how to justify their character's intelligence, and at the same time they were so unused to investigation as a form of gameplay that they just ended up making a post about it on Reddit, and I ended up replying. You won't know because my name is not Shaped Tomato on Reddit, so don't bother. That being said, my easiest, I didn't necessarily give them the biggest advice. It was more about telling them what helped me to start with, right? Because there's not much of a surefire way to start or to do it. It's just more about finding your own strategy as a player and as a character into how, as a player, learning how to form your method of investigation, and as a character how to implement such a method, if they can, to a way that works for them, into not only showcasing that character's personality and habits that allow other players to see how that character operates, but also is how you can gather information from the perspective of your character. So just like I said in the tweet, using the 5 senses is how I started, and honestly it's one of the easiest ways to get into investigation. So before I kind of get into that, though, kind of rewinding, I do want to talk about the problems that I see. It's not necessarily a problem, even though that's the word my brain wants me to go with. It's more about what I think causes paralysis in a lot of the newer players, because I know it also went into my it was also a problem that I had, right, as a player starting out from the game, even though I had already played D&D somewhat before getting into my Thursday campaign with Andrew and them, who was just here. So what I tend to see players do is they end up playing a passive role within their adventures, right? They tend to wait for the world to tell them what exists in the world, even after the dungeon master has already been like, you guys go into this area, here is what you see, there are people around here, there's a thing that's happening over there, this thing is happening here in your immediate vicinity, and also there's that thing going on. What would you may do a thing or have this or smell this, touch that as you enter this portion of city, dungeon, cavern, boat, ocean, underwater, whatever environment that you have. And then where I see players end up having a deer in the headlight moment is, what would you like to do? Hilariously, putting all of that in front of your players gives them, from a GM perspective, gives them choice paralysis. Even if it's unintended. Because the truth is, you describing all that is around them is kind of just what you have to do as a GM, right? Like, I want to give you options. I want to tell you what's out here in the world. I want to tell you the various magics, the obstacles that currently exist, the intrigue that might be allowed for you, while at the same time, actually, I'll take that as a thing, right? I want to give those things to you as a GM, and other GMs also do the same thing. But because there's just so much going on, the players, me, get overwhelmed with so much detail that you're like, I don't know where to begin, or I don't know what to do, or why I belong here, or why I'm even here, right? Like, especially if what Andrew and I were talking about is when it came to onboarding and bringing characters for, you know, the first session or so, they don't know what to do next. Aside from, let's introduce your characters. They don't know how to make an entrance. They don't know where they can make an entrance. They don't know how their character is coming in, how their character is going to play out, who's going to accept their character or enjoy their character's like starting line, right? Just like how in Lord of the Rings, you have Aragorn who was brooding in the corner until he finally stepped in. That became a trope in itself. You became the dark and brooding rogue who is like, I don't want to be involved with the party, but also I know for a fact as a player that I'm going to be involved with the party, but I want to act aloof. And like how I want to be a bit of a prick, like I don't belong here. I'm a lone wolf. But also I've kind of fucked up and I don't know how to involve myself with this, or why I should be in this situation, or why I would be bothering to ask what the heck is going on here, and you know, I don't know what to do next. What's up, Shakita? Right? Like, those are like the easier problems that happen, and at the same time, one of the other things that I do see is people ask really bad questions. There's no stupid questions, technically. Just really, really badly timed and badly worded, misplaced questions that end up looking stupid. Because there's no stupid questions, but there are stupid moments by the people who ask said questions. But kind of putting myself in that, not putting myself in that position, in more of like an anecdote series. Let me tell you what happened in the first session of our campaign. And this was a fuck up on my part as a player, because I didn't really know how to improv that well. One, with a group of strangers, and two, how to involve myself in a world that granted me freedom, right? I worked with my GM before. I worked with Andrew before before the adventure began. Before we hit our like first session, we talked about it over text. Like, okay, my character can do this. I want my character to be named that. Can my character have this kind of storyline? And then we were like, they can have a similar storyline, but these kind of things, I do have to say, do not really exist in the world, so maybe we can fit them a better way. And I said, bet, let's see where this character can be allowed to exist. And then we made our way. And I ended up being like, okay, this is my character. He's part of a guild, surrounded by these very people, with these connections, right, emotionally and business-wise. And here's his long-term goal, as well as short-term goal, for going out into the world. arrives in this small little town, this small little village, before ending up at the place where he met the party. Now, one of the hardest parts of the campaign, admittedly, is, from a DM perspective, getting the characters to actually take the bite on the plot hook. It's hard. Like, it's admittedly just difficult, right? And in my case, what happened was, Andrew literally put it. Oh, was that this lightning? Andrew literally put the hook right in my face of rumors that are happening in the world, or what's like the recent danger that's as close as possible nearby. And me as a dumbass is just like, yeah, but that has nothing to do with me. So I'm gonna first get into, like, that has nothing to do with me yet. I'm gonna make my way to this town. So unfortunately, it's what my character would do. Oopsie doopsie, you know? And so it's just like, I'm gonna ignore that information for now and get a room for this, right? See if I can take roots in this area and learn some rumors, even though the rumor was literally right there. Now, as a GM, it's hard to start to get people into an adventure and not dangle the immediate threat, or not dangle the immediate quest that you're about to place them on, right? Which is why we were saying it's hard for me as a player. It was hard. Actually, no, it's not so much that it was hard. It was flown over my head because I essentially did not read the assignment, right? In my excitement to use the freedom I had as a character in a game, in a big land, and understand that I had my own agency, my own desires, my own quest, and my own goals and, like, you know, destinations, I was not thinking about how I, as a player, could make it easier on my DM to involve myself in the world, and as well as the story they're trying to create. I need to switch songs because I like the song, but the words distract me. Now, where I fucked up as the player is, yes, I have my own goals, short-term, long-term, and destinations. But it's not necessarily arrogance, but I failed in the easiest part, in what I know now is the easiest part of the game, which is to ask questions, right? I didn't know how to poke at the world to see what exists, and I didn't know why. And in the end, for me, it was just like, it was me trying to rely on what my character knows, and failing to understand that my character knows nothing, right? Like, how do you become resourceful when you have no resource aside from where you came from? And then, even then, failing to use that because you didn't use that resource of what your character knew to start forming your questions. Had I, as a player, already knew how to do that, one, I would have done my homework as a role player, not even a role player, as an improv scene partner, being like, okay, there's information there, you know, there is word of giant rats infesting the local area, coming from a cavern, like a cavern that was just recently discovered, but it's dangerous. It's too dangerous for anyone to go in. And had I been more, not intuitive, but like, had I been more, frick, what's the word for it? It's like, man, what is the word for it? In tune? Attuned? Not, it's like, it's akin to the word considerate, but more about like, frick, I actually am blanking out. It's like a form of being considerate, but more your ability, I guess insightful would be, right? Your ability to kind of take in what someone is saying and realizing where they want to go with it, right? As a scene partner, I definitely failed, because had I known, I would have understood that, one, Andrew wanted me to key in on, not even if I didn't immediately go to that spot, realize that I had a chance to be like, hold on, you're saying there's potential danger to where I'm going next? Tell me more about said danger, please. What's going on? When did this happen? Right? Like, easy questions. So, one of the first easier parts, aside from senses, that I was gonna cover is learning how to ask questions based on time. You know, like how to build a case based on nothing but like a little piece of information, right? Like, at that point in time, 7 years ago, didn't know shit, didn't know how to do it. Ended up at the scene anyway, and after like 10 minutes realizing, okay, I kind of fucked up. I want to get involved. Let's just take a bite, because clearly I don't want to take too long on not getting to meet any of the other characters, and he's introducing this thing. So let's take a bite on the plot hook, you know? As an investigator / player, sometimes the easiest place to start is taking a bite of the bait, you know? Sometimes, not even sometimes, a lot of times, the bad guys, the people who are, you know, either a master thief who stole something, or a murderer who has the arrogance to think that they're not going to get caught, usually leave some kind of MO, their mode of operation. They leave some sort of calling card. You just need to know how to implement that and ask that. Like in this case, that's the plot hook, right? Take a bite out of it. See where the see where your GM not necessarily wants you to go, but wants to present to you as a story, right? Because if you don't know what the story is about to unfold into, I mean, letting go of that chance is kind of your own fault at that, at that moment of time, like what I did. So, take a bite of the bait, get yourself pulled into the story, because if you don't know where the story begins and it's right there in front of you, I mean, there you go. It's the fastest way to the story, just take a bite. Now, how you take a bite is kind of where it differs, like where I was talking about, like, players tend to be a little bit more passive, and they wait for things to happen. And what we were talking about with consequences, if the characters are too passive, or if they just wait for it to happen, then eventually your GM is going to realize, okay, these characters like to wait. I'm going to have to let them know that inaction, while still being an action, can lead to grave consequences, because choosing not to do anything still allows the villains, the bad guys, or the consequences of whatever is happening to make their ripples, and at the same time, maybe someone ends up dying. It's what gives these campaigns a little bit of life is, if people fail to ask the questions, people fail to take into account that the world is alive, then unfortunately it's going to show them why or how it's alive through those said consequences. Like, I would have missed a battle that was unfolding and be like, well, my character's here. Eee! But instead, now what happened there is, like I said, if I didn't take the bite, I would have missed the other players actually getting into the fight with said big rats, and then the cleric joining in from the forest, and then my character being like, well, there are signs of a fight here, and it seems like they went into the cave. Doesn't involve me, let's go to the next town. In which case, what am I doing at the table? Right? Like, as a player, if you didn't take that bite, and if you didn't get yourself involved in the story for a co-op game, I'll say this again, for a game that you're supposed to be with the other members trying to create something, trying to create a story, some memories, an adventure together, and you're immediately, already from day one, trying to separate yourself and not be involved just because it's what your character would do, or you get a little too in the realism of, realistically my character would do this and just completely ignore it, but at the same time failing to balance out the sense of realism of the game and the intended chance of fate within a story and adventure, where, like, oh wow, in this space and time we all happen to meet. Screw it, I guess we're in it together. Oh no, danger is happening, and I'm too weak to handle it all by myself at level 1, but there are people here who don't seem to want to kill me, so let's see if we can protect them so that they can protect me, and then let it trickle off from there, right? That should be the first part. How does that go into investigation? Let me tell you. For me to bite that plot bait a little bit, I did eventually have to be like, okay, not be passive in a sense of letting that battle occur and I just happen to be there, but more about being proactive and just asking the innkeeper and being like, okay, you said something about rats. I'm headed over that way. When was the last time that these rumors came about, right? Like, when was the last time anyone heard of this thing happening, right? Like, these are some questions you could ask. Like, this isn't so much me asking anymore, it's more of examples, right? Like, when you have that piece of information, what questions can you really ask? Which is, rather than just their senses, it's more about who, what, when, where, why, right? Like, you start off with those, because if you don't know what to ask, right? Like, if you don't know what information you want to take in just yet, that's okay. Just ask the most simple stuff, right? Like, not necessarily they were a witness, right? Like, you're talking to a witness, you're talking to the thing. You're more about, you're getting secondhand information. Who, what, when, where, why would be the easiest place to start with, right? And then, if you are taking into account first-hand experience, the 5 senses might actually yield better answers. And at the same time, if you're doing, what's that word? Interrogation, then you can't even start with these who, what, when, where, why, or the 5 senses. You actually have to, how do I say this? You can do good cop, bad cop, and good cop, bad cop could work. The main thing is about building rapport, right? This actually takes place more of the charisma aspect, which I didn't even realize. I guess I could cover with it, right? But I think that's a part of investigation, like almost like a pre-investigation that includes everything else, but rather than asking questions to the character that you want to gain information from, it becomes a level of investigation of the same level as entering a new environment, which is to take account rather than secondhand information from a witness or firsthand information from, another witness. It's treating yourself as the witness to the world or the person in front of you, right? So instead of taking those questions and asking it to them, you ask it to either yourself or to the GM themselves, and build a case from there, right? So there is the proximity of information for what did I just see? Oh, that was weird. There is like the proximity when it comes to investigation of how far information is that you're looking up, or how close it is, or even where, like, who you should ask it from. But in this case, kind of starting off was, who, what, when, where, why. The easiest place to start was when, right? Like, we already know the what. Giant rats, where, coming from a cave, what, like the what is, the who is the rats, and then the what is they are attacking people. And then, the where is the cave that has been investigated. What I didn't know is when, right? If it was a few days ago, maybe the battle is over and the road is safe. And my character could keep on going, but maybe has a chance to check out the area without feeling in danger, right? If the information is not fresh or not updated, then I have to decide whether or not it might be safe enough, or if it's dangerous that they might still be about. Right? That's already forming different questions in my head. As for the why, that is also a mystery, and at the same time is not something that could be answered by asking the innkeeper, but rather by getting a first-hand account of what the frick is going on out here, right? Like, why are the rats attacking? And finding out, it's you'll have to go into the cave and find out. And honestly, you'll be asking why for the most part in a campaign anyway. And a lot of times, no one's gonna answer why. You're just gonna have to deduce it. Now, oh shit, sorry, I'm choking on the thing. That was the easy part of, like I said, asking who, what, when, where, why. A lot of it is while we were talking earlier about the GM kind of listening in on the players and their wants and desires. Similarly, pay attention as a player. Just pay attention, man. Your GM is constantly lore dropping. This is why you take notes. Like, the stats are fun, and getting to play your character's abilities are fun, but if you're just not paying attention, buddy, you're just gonna miss everything, man. Like, half the time the answers are right in front of you, and it's partly why the players tend to become passive, is because when they are paying attention, they have this information in front of them and they're trying to see whether or not they can do anything, and then they just wait, right? But instead of that, do the same thing by just letting the GM ramble, because I will. But be proactive with the information, because that's what the GM wants you to do. That's what we want you to do. We want you to take the dinner rolls. Sorry if anyone doesn't know Boy Meets World. In this sense, you have the who, what, when, where, why, and the senses. Those are two easy choices and trains. If you're listening to the GM, you'll know which method to start off. If you have any other methods outside of those and they work for you, go for it. Do it. You should be, right? Like, eventually you'll form your own style of investigation and, you'll be able to do it. But if you don't, then those are places to start, and you choose between the two depending on the situation. Kind of dialing it back a little bit. like I said before, where you can take those two methods and turn it into yourself for environmental and for interrogation. We can kind of go into that right now. Easiest spot is who is like when your character enters like a new environment, either a new room, a new part of town, a new dungeon, cave, whatever, whatnot. Those two methods are what you should be asking yourself and to the GM as well, right? Who is around you? Is your party members around you? Great. That means you might be safe or you're all fucked. Find out. Why are you here? Are you here for your mission? Are you here because someone captured you and put you there? Are you here because you all got like drunk last night and somehow you're out in the woods, or maybe you pissed off a local Fey spirit and now you're in the Feywild, right? Where maybe now you're in the Feywild or in jail for committing a crime. That just kind of answers two questions in one. I guess the what is, like I said, what is around you? What exists? Where? A city, dungeon, whatever, whatnot. What is their location? Why we got that? And who, outside of your players, is there a jailer? Is there someone approaching you? Is there someone in trouble? Is there someone who needs rescuing? Or is there someone who needs violence put upon them? Right? Like, those are the easy parts. And then if you go into the senses, what do you smell? Do you smell fire? Do you smell do you smell fire? In which case, is something burning? Is it burning consensually, like someone man-made, or are people burning alive? Right? Do you smell rotting flesh? Do you smell barbecue? That's just smell. Do you see smoke? Is it a white smoke, in which case it might be a chimney? Is it a black smoke, in which case something is probably dangerously on fire, and because that's a sign of like either methane or some other bullshit? Or better yet, that's not a normal smoke. Is it green, blue, red? What the frick is going on with that smoke? Right? In which case, do you see where the smoke is coming from? Do you see who is near the smoke? Who is looking at it? Who is ignoring it? And honestly, just kind of going back and forth between senses and the who, what, when, the W's, right? It just starts to work itself out together until, you know, you have whatever information that you need, right? Like, are you, I guess if you want to go sense of touch, are you in the water? Are your feet planted well on the ground and you're standing up? Are you in lava and currently the one burning, and that's why you smell fire and rotting flesh? Right? Easy little things like that. Right? Like, it's rather than just trying to be direct, just start asking little questions so that you can gain momentum in trying to find whatever and sniffing out a trail. Right? Like my buddy Scooby here. Yeah, it's funny because I should have gotten Velma because, you know, Jinkies. That being said, kind of going back, eventually, go. Skog, thank you for the hydrate. Welcome in. I'm currently talking about investigations now. Investigations, interrogations, and sightseeing. But yeah, kind of going back onto the failings, both myself as a player and what I tend to see. Because of the choice paralysis and because people don't know how to start on the simple aspects of the 5 W's, what, when, where, and sometimes why. And also, and the 5 senses, is because they tend to think that the outside, like, kind of like how you begin Skyrim, you're just kind of thrust into this point of the adventure, and then investigation, Scooby-Doo, makes me think of Monsters of the Week. Honestly, probably. It's a good place to start. Usually one-shots tend to be like that too. Especially if you're playing something like Betrayal at House on the Hill. Although Betrayal at House on the Hill is a lot less investigation and more of figuring out who betrays each other. But yeah, at failing to kind of do any of these small little questions that would yield really big answers tends to be because, like I said, players tend to go a little bit more passively, either because they're new or because, sadly, sometimes they think that they're getting asked a question by the GM and they're hoping to have the right answer or like trying to make a guess. This especially happens when sometimes you have a player like the Redditor who asked their question about investigation, is they get nervous about making a character who is supposedly intelligent. And I did cover how to roleplay like various ways to roleplay intelligence before. I guess we're continuing that a little bit, right? And people kind of have this when they're not used to it, they kind of have this misconception of my character should kind of be like Sherlock Holmes, you know, be as smart of like Sherlock Holmes and be the smartest person in the room, failing to forget that a lot of people did not like Sherlock Holmes and kind of thought that he was an asshole, where Sherlock's main form of charisma was the fact that he was just right a lot. Same like House. His charisma was probably high, or if you want to think about it, maybe negative. It's just more about like his intelligence being correct. Like even like Rick Sanchez from Rick and Morty. God, these characters are smart, often the smartest people in the room, but they're such assholes with their intelligence that people don't want to be around them. They just keep including themselves where people are, right? In the case of Sherlock Holmes, he likes a good mystery. He likes solving puzzles. So he involves himself wherever a case is. Or because he just has so much information, people have to go to him. It's not that they want to go to him, they have to go to him. Like he becomes an important resource. Same with Rick. He's a powerful character. He's got inventions. He's got ways to do shit. People do not like him, but they have to go to him because he has an ocean or a galaxy or various universes full of answers and technology. But in all of them, again, nobody likes them. They just become an expendable resource. And as a player in either Dungeons and Dragons or TRPG, if you're trying to play a character like that who is a know-it-all or who is condescending because they think they are the smartest person in the room and because they know they're the smartest person in the room, again, it can become the fastest way out of a table. So unlike the TV shows or the books like Sherlock Holmes and whatnot, people have to get involved with them. They have to get involved in the story. There's an essential part of them. You are not necessarily essential to the story nor the table if everyone deems you that unlikable, both as a character and as a player. So even if your character is high intelligence, Scooby-Doo is not a high intelligence, but it is fairly high wisdom and high charisma. Let me see. Oh, hey Kai. Hey Kai, I don't know if you can see this, but we are going on a break, so I'll take a little bit of a pause. How's everybody doing? How's your night going? My name is Jave Tomato, and I just didn't know why Scooby-Doo is there. That's easy. It's because I am handling invest for D&D the aspect of investigation. And it's funny because I'm remembering right now, we actually did do a one shot. Well, it wasn't a one shot. It was a short adventure that Gail actually was the DM for. I think there was a group of maybe 6 to 8 of us, right? And it was based around the Murder on the Orient Express. It was literally called Murder on the Eberron Express. Where you have one train car full of NPCs who are just kind of goobers in and of their own right, as well as the series of train carts where all our characters were kind of in on, and one of us had to die. So it was kind of a lot, but the main thing about it was supposed to be like a D&D Among Us, right? Like the one shot was set up so that one person dies each time you play the story, and you have a certain amount of time determined by the dungeon master to be like, you have to find out who the killer is before, like, you have to find out who the killer is as well as capture them before you reach the station, otherwise you all go to jail. It was a lot of fun. Unfortunately, there were problems there that I will have to unfortunately address. Not so much problems with like the game itself, but more about the problems with the overall Among Us series out on Netflix. Oh, yeah, I did hear. I do want to see that because I did hear that that existed. That was wild. I'm glad that it's on Netflix because that means I don't have to try to find it. But yeah, this, oh man, it really is a great example, I guess. So the Murder on the Eberron Express one shot, I will have to say it did have its faults, but not because anyone was like really bad or anything. It's just the level of, how do I say this? It was just a level of inexperience when it came to investigation, right? Like I said, well, no, not necessarily even myself. Like, unfortunately, I will let my hubris, I will toot my own horn on this, because by the time I did play, the Murder on the Eberron Express, I have already kind of developed my own, like, motive, my own strategies for investigation in TRPGs and D&D, right? But I knew how to do that. The other players were not used to that for themselves. And it's like, some people were better in role-playing. Some people kind of fell back on role-playing because they just weren't used to it, but they wanted to be there. And that's totally fine. It's both on me as your fellow player to kind of help be inviting. Oh man, wow, that one shot kind of addresses various problems. So inviting to help involve people, while at the same time getting myself involved into whatever plot line is going on because it's a mystery. And also learning how to ask the proper questions between players and NPCs that existed. Right? And like I said, the biggest problem there was just inexperience and, all around. I think that was just like a failure as a whole, where, if we were all better at investigation and at the same time role playing in the aspect of improv, it could have played out differently. But no, it's perfect. It is. These things happen. So that's not to mention, like, Gail was still very much a new GM at the time. So, trying to present all those things for that many players. Listen, going in for that many players for the short adventure that we were, I'm more or less just proud Gail was even able to do that. That was kind of crazy, right? It's always trial and error, exactly. And honestly, trial and error really is the name of the game, right? You use you're using the scientific method for forming a hypothesis, observing, what's it called? Oops. Asking a question, forming a hypothesis, observing before and during and after about what is happening that made you ask the question, observing what is happening in the experiment to either prove or disprove your hypothesis, and observing the results that ripple out from said experiment. Proud of my wife? Yeah. Which is, so in this case, where we did cover the who, what, when, where, why, as well as the 5 senses, we can also cover the failings that I did see that happened due to, inexperience. So what happened was, you play out, you manage to introduce the characters. Everyone knew why we were here. We all knew that that was already expressed. We're here to solve a mystery over a crime that's going to happen, right? That's for the players to know what the assignment is. We just didn't know how to do the homework together, right? Because, there is a win condition for the villain, for the killer, to be like, stay hidden, escape, and also get everyone else arrested. Oh, thank you, guys. Thank you for the hydrate. I'll get a hydrate right now. And at the same time, the win rate for the thank you for the care package. I'm gonna get a big old oh my god, my spine needed that.
I love you.
No, man. Oh, you know what? Here you go.
These nuts. Get him.
But yeah, we were there. We knew why we were there. We knew the who, that someone was going to be the killer, and we knew that we needed to not be caught and go to jail. We even had like a bit of a storyline of everyone had their motivations. My character, the who is known and why is known. Yeah. So yeah, we knew what was also going to happen. The what is known, and that's everyone has a motive to commit the crime. Everyone had been blackmailed in some way by the person who would become the victim. Right? We all had our motive to kill them. It's just that the GM has to roll the die on who becomes the killer. And in which case, the where is known. The body ends up into the main cabin. Everyone got a motive. Everyone guilty. Oh, trust me. Everyone was guilty. No, I'm kidding. It turns out, spoiler alert, Christian was the killer the whole time. Now, I will have my criticisms, but not so much badly about Christian, but in more of because it's hard to do these things. Especially, it's hard to do it in a one-shot setting. I think it was kind of crazy if someone could do that as a one-shot. But kind of going in it, I would say there were characters who were smart. There was there were a few characters who were smart, regardless of knowing everyone's kind of motive to go in. The characters were smart and knew how to investigate. I was one of those characters, as well as a friend of mine, and we were actually doing fairly well with our investigation. Unfortunately, where we failed is we liked the roleplay too much, and we ended up liking where the lore kind of was going. We're like, this will develop into a really fun story outside of this. But also, oh fuck, we gotta investigate. We're gonna go to jail. Because it was just interesting, but we forgot. Oh yeah, no, this is our motive. One of us might be the killer. Shoot. But in a sense, because we kind of got to know each other as characters, and just kind of poking around on possible motives at the same time, trying to role play, giving each other a sense of false security and suspicion towards each other. That way we can keep the intrigue of, trust me, I'm not the killer, but I will give you reasons to think that I am, because it makes the session spicy for each other, right? And at the same time entertaining the GM, because while my dungeon master, Andrew and I were talking earlier about like the dungeon master is more of like a facilitator, they are as much of a player as everyone else, in a sense of also at the same time, because they're at the table, players, while considering each other other players, right, of giving each other the respect of the story and role playing with each other, be considerate with your to your GM as trying not to waste their time, trying not to downplay what they created, right? Like, it's fun to have jokes, but give respect to what they're making and what they put time and effort to make for you guys, and help them kind of bloom, help the adventure that they're kind of putting forth for you to kind of bloom to the fruition, that even if it's not exactly what they expected, it's either just as fun, if not even greater. Let them have a good time as well, right? Trust me, I'm saying this because I also fucked up in that regard, even though it wasn't D&D, but it was like we were having fun. We were talking to each other. We found something that the person made, and they were making it with a level of emotional gravity. But because we as the players were having fun, and too much fun, we ended up cracking jokes during the bit, and they were watching, and it was just like, it kind of felt like we just spat on their efforts, like we just spat on their face, because they wanted to have something serious for it to happen, and we were just like poking fun and messing with it, right? Like, we failed to be like, okay, this is a serious moment, and they created a serious moment for us, but too much fun happened, and we failed to read the room. Did that happen there in that one shot? It did as well. Did I fail to do that? Probably in some way. Sometimes the unfortunate part is, when you're having fun, you don't always notice what you're doing wrong, right? Like, you don't always consider, like, if it's all in good fun, you don't notice when it goes off the rails. And in this case, there was a player who was having fun, not necessarily being the smartest person in the room, but more about being the most knowledgeable of the environment, right? And because of it, they got too into the roleplay of that knowledge of the area, and kind of like what would most likely, like, oh man, they got too immersed in the realism, and in fact kind of almost locked everybody out, unfortunately, right? Like, they became a little too self-important as a character when they really shouldn't have. Like, no matter how smart your character is, if you don't, as a player and as a scene partner, if you don't find a way to invite other players into your scenes, you're playing by yourself. You're just playing by yourself with other people. That's it. Like, I'm sorry, that's just what it is, and it's no fun to have them at the table. Like, it sucks to say, but that is kind of what happened. And that it's not like we kicked them out. Unfortunately, life kind of got busy, and because they had to take care of life stuff. So while I wanted to find a way to kind of just like help them draw that back, we didn't really get that chance. So that's a bit of a shame in itself. how did this affect investigation? It locked everyone out from where the place of the body was. Right? That was the problem in as a player, is how do you, even if you had your player secrets, even if you had your motivations as like a villain, and this character wasn't even the villain, they weren't even the killer. Even if you have your ways to, or reasons for getting the other players of your party, of the table, to try not to look at the thing, or you're trying to hide that secret, as a player and a storyteller and improv scene partner, you should be thinking about ways to make that fail. Right? Like in part of the investigation, if you're involved with the thing, or if you stop, like, even if you're involved, if you try to bring the entire investigation to a halt, or you try to bring the entire story to a halt where no one can do anything, one, don't be surprised when all the other characters turn on you. We ended up tying them to a rope, and they ended up getting a little bit sad in character. But it's like, you know, don't be surprised when the other characters turn on you, or if they essentially get a mutiny, because as characters, and unfortunately as players, they get tired of your shit. Because if you're stopping everyone, one, we can't finish the story, and two, there's a literal, in this case, there's a literal body there rotting, and the evidence, the more time goes by, we don't know. Like the evidence is not even that we don't know. Like the evidence is going to slip through our fingers, and if there is a killer and they know how to get into that room without anybody noticing, they're probably getting rid of the evidence now. And I think as a role player, what they wanted to do was ask questions, like, you know, have an investigator like Sherlock to ask everyone questions, everyone to give out their alibis, do their thing. This works in a TV show. This does not work in a big group of people, right? You cannot have one person asking everyone questions and trying to interrogate, right? This is in the essence of an investigation, where it kind of goes more in the social aspect of the game, right? And at the same time, where I was talking about like having high intelligence, but kind of as a character having high intelligence, as a player having bad social cues in that sense, because like I said, it doesn't work in a big group where everyone wants a turn with a spotlight or a turn to let their character play. If one character is slowly trying to ask everyone questions or try to do the investigation by themselves, instead of like Scooby-Doo splitting up and gaining answers and learning the truth, one, it's already wasted time for the GM because they wanted it to be a short one shot, and two, you've wasted time because no one else gets to talk when they should, right? Like as a GM, for all those 8 people, it would have, Gale had, as a GM, had to cut from one scene to another. Like, okay, these 2 people want to talk in here, 2 or 3 people want to talk over there, 2 or 3 people want to talk over there, and these conversations are happening at the same time. You need to learn as a GM how to cut in between all of them and have everyone understand that this is all happening at once, and then move on to the next scene. And as players, you need to learn how to respect each other by, pushing the story forward as you can with each conversation that you have, either an NPC or another player, right? You need to learn how to push the story. Like, there are ways to have a story breathe while pushing it forward. You need to know where to push a story and when and how. In this case, it would have been like every question leading up to part of the investigation of, learning what was everyone's motive, what was the weapon that killed the body, where did they die, how did they die, when did they die, sometime last night. The murder weapon was clearly gunshots that no one was able to hear. What was the motive? No one knows. What was heard? No one yet knows, but no one was able to ask those questions because, again, we got locked out. And I think the original purpose of it was to keep us in a room so that no one could touch the body, and we could, you know, kind of weed out early motives and keep each other sus. Did not happen that way. We tied up the person's character. We tied up the character because they got into everyone's way. We broke down the door, found the body, and found, oh my god, they're dead, just like someone said. And the worst part is, unfortunately, because everyone was tired, like, you know, in character, people were already suspicious why that character wanted to stop us from getting in there, became suspect number one. Like, nobody trusted them, and it was hard to give them a scene because everyone was already thinking, you might be the most guilty, because why would you stop us otherwise? Right? We are all related to this character, including that character. So them trying to stop us eventually kind of, you know, played against them. Right? It ended up mucking up the investigation in itself because we were considering the wrong suspect, and it worked really well for the suspect. But unfortunately, I mean, it worked well for the killer. Unfortunately, because of it, the killer didn't really get a chance, in this case it was Kisan, didn't really get a chance to role play their part to create suspicion around them. And because there is a win condition, not much reason to do so. So the less that they were questioned, just like in Among Us, the less you're questioned, the less you have to speak, the more likely you are to win. But in a game like D&D, where role-playing is kind of the bread and butter, when you don't have a chance to role-play, then the story doesn't really have a chance to move. And yeah, everyone will lose, but you end up failing to either create intrigue or spicing up the situation, right? Like, there was the spice of everyone kind of, you know, suspecting each other, but that ended up happening with or without the killer being present, right? In which case, at the end, we would have gotten caught anyway because no one ever found out who the killer was. We only found out later, because... Yeah, no, I think we actually didn't find out that it was Kisan. I think we were just like, I forget if we went to jail. I legit forget if we went to jail. I think we, what's it called? I think we found the murder weapon. I think we just built a case, and we were just like, you know what? I swear it wasn't any of us, but it could have been any one of us. And eventually it was just like, the killer got away, but we managed to also get away because of a series of roles and roleplay, right? But eventually we did find out it was Christian, and then I think we thought it was Satan who was the killer, but it turns out she just ended up becoming the patsy for Christian's character. But like I said, there was a multitude of problems. The biggest part is inexperience with that type of mystery and roleplay, as well as an inexperience of learning how to ask questions. Because while we were busy trying to ask each other the questions, dude, on the map there was literally another train car and another section of the map with NPCs in there. We were supposed to at some point ask NPCs, right? I say supposed to, you technically don't have to, but if you're doing an investigation and those things are there, again, as a roleplay scene partner, find reasons to do so, right? Like, as an investigator, if you're not using all your resources, which is the entire part of the train to see if anyone saw anything, then you're working on incomplete information, in which case you'll accuse the wrong killer anyway. Right? Like, a few of us did talk to the NPCs. We got a chance. They heard arguments over the nighttime. They heard noises in the back of the train. They found out there were some stuff going on there, suspicious figures, as well as someone who might have been hiding out. Two of us went to investigate, found some answers. A fight broke out, and it turns out it was just a whole different thing, and it was carrying a bit of different information. But all in all, investigation failed, and we were all working on half-assed information. Made a wrong accusation. Technically, the killer won, and while we didn't get arrested, as players, we also kind of wasted time and kind of thing. Chappy! Was it Stardew Night? Oh my god, it was Stardew Night. Let me give you guys a shout out. Oh my god. I have to take a break for another quick break. Frick. Terrible timing, but also amazing timing. That's me. Stardew Thursday. And this is my own fault. I got lost in the time. What is this song? Well, welcome in. Oh, okay, different song. Oh, okay, I like the song. Hold on. Guys, if you haven't had a chance to check out V the Reaper, or Chappy, go check them out. Every Thursday they do Stardew Valley Night, as well as... Has he always been there? Oh! Scooby. Well, he has been there since the latter half of tonight. But welcome in, everybody. Again, check them both out. They're awesome. They're cool people. And at the same time, guys, welcome in. I am Shaved Tomato. I am... Oh man, I should change my Fugi to my investigator tonight. Well, at least for this portion. I'm a variety streamer, as well as a big-ass D&D nerd. Well, I say big-ass. Okay, well, I mean, I'm an ass. But, I'm a geek. I like exploring stories. I like exploring roleplay, and I like exploring, okay, maybe not that roleplay. Hi, a variety streamer. Well, hello there, a chappy. No. But tonight on Thursdays, while they're doing Stardew Valley Nights, I am doing Ales at the Yapping Porthole, which is a D&D theme / TRPG themed yapping stream. Earlier in the night, I actually brought in my first ever Dungeon Master to speak with me, and we kind of talked about various things of D&D, how to introduce people, things that we kind of learned along the way, as well as what we kind of learned into how to introduce mechanics into the game through or even introduce people into the game through a scaffolding method, as well as onboarding, rather than just overwhelming people with here's how the game works, kind of a thing, right? But in the latter half of right now, we've been kind of talking about investigation, not just as the skill of investigation from D&D 5e, but rather investigation in and of itself, as well as how to tackle investigation as a type of one shot, as a type of game, and as role players and GMs, where using the one shot of the murder on the murder on the Eberron Express, right, where it basically was D&D Among Us, of 8 people trying to find out who the killer was. It was ultimately a fun one shot. We had a good time, we had fun, that's the most important thing, and it reached a conclusion after about 4 sessions, even though it was technically a one shot. But admittedly, like I said, there are test your players' critical thinking skill checks. Yes. At the same time, there were failings as role players and players, role players in the sense of improv, right, and storytelling, as well as failure as investigators by failing to use the resources at hand and kind of stopping each other, even though part of it was intended to stop each other, to throw suspicion out the window, not throw but to throw suspicion off of each other, right? Because everyone had a potential to be the killer. It's just that one of you ended up there. But also failure as an improv scene partner by not being able to move the story or hindering too much other people from moving the story. Because in a D&D game, like, while it was Among Us and while there were win conditions, maybe the murderers are the friends we made along the way, or the friends we killed along the way. Ayo. No, but like, in that sense, like Drake is saying, you know, testing the player's critical thinking. It's hard to test the critical thinking if the players aren't able to move anywhere, or if the players are failing to do it in the first place. We were talking about earlier of including using my early self as, you know, failing to do my part as a player and as a role player to essentially be proactive in a story, right? Like, there's a certain amount of time before the train gets to the station, and if you get there without figuring out who the killer was, then you're all going to jail. And even if you do figure out who the killer was, if you can't capture them, still going to jail. And if you're the killer and you manage to get away, congratulations, you win D&D. But in my case, in both cases, if you are waiting around for the mystery to solve itself or the scenes to happen, and you just fall back as a player and as a scene partner, one, the adventure takes too long. Like, it was supposed to be a one shot, and it ended up being divided into 4 different sessions, right? Like, it was actually supposed to be a short one shot. I think it was intended to be like 4 to 6 people. We had 8 players. That was a lot for anyone to handle, and switching between, as a GM, trying to switch between that many players to each other, Jesus Christ, that's too much. It's a lot. And at the same time, if all those players are either being passive and don't know how to ask questions, the unfortunate part is, no matter what scene you're going to, 1, it's either going to be boring and everyone's going to listen into it, or 2, because they're passive, you're just going to be like, nothing's happening, choice paralysis, no one's doing anything, no one knows how to ask anything, so the investigation in a conversation goes nowhere. So what was the entire point of the 20-minute or 15 to 20-minute inquiry to your characters when it didn't push anything, when you didn't find out any motive, any possible hidden weapons on their person, a reason to check on each other, a reason to suspect each other, or turn up the spice and then let the chaos reign? Because, and this is where I was talking about earlier, when everyone wants to be the smartest person in the room, you all end up being the dumbass. That's what happens. I have spoken about this, I think, like last week or something. You have to be willing to let your characters not even like fail. Let your characters be a bit of an idiot, a bit of a dum-dum. You know, there has to be create a part of your character that has to reasonably fail, so that you as a player and as a scene partner can give hooks and reasons for the other players and their characters to be invited into a scene with you. There's a small argument to make for the killer directing things that way as a stall tactic. If they're being cunning enough, they have some sort of out by the end. You are correct to make for the killer directing things away. Here's the thing. A killer, like the player as a killer, still has to be proactive in doing so. right? Like being able to do a stall tactic. And funny enough, what I was saying earlier is that the player who wasn't even in the killer ended up doing a stall tactic by keeping everyone away from the body when in the intended beginning of the adventure, after everyone kind of introduces each other, right? Is everyone finds the body. But one player and a character was just like, I found the body, let's keep everyone in the room outside of the body, not checking it out and investigating it and getting any sort of like evidence, a chance to maybe hide evidence, I get a chance to get caught trying to hide evidence or any other stuff. And it's just like, it put everyone else into a halt, ended up causing a little bit of chaos, right? In a sense of success on their part, but everyone turned against them, tied them up, made them enemy number one, and then they just kind of, even if they didn't want to, would essentially lock them out of roleplay, right? But in the sense of like a killer making a stall tactic, again, great way to do so, but you still have to be active. If as a killer and role player, it kind of ended up main character syndrome, right? Even though I think that what they originally intended was to get everyone in a room and start suspecting each other, but main character syndrome did kind of take in because I think they wanted to be the one to ask everyone the question. But at the same time, it always happens in any sort of like Among Us, like friend, whodunit kind of situation where, like it or not, everyone in some way tries to be like a sort of Sherlock Holmes situation where you try to be the smartest person in the room. Even if you're the killer, you try to be the smartest person in the room to throw everyone else off, because mysteries like this do end up as a strategy game in and of itself, right? And so if it wasn't that person, I think it would have happened to someone else anyway, right? It's just partly because that's kind of just what happens a lot in these things. Even in Among Us, it happened a lot. And two, inexperience with investigation as an aspect of role-playing in the game. And at the same time, inexperience in being a scene partner where you're trying to get to the end of the adventure, being a one-shot itself, and kind of trying to tell a story along with being a mystery game, but, not knowing how to allow things to press forward, even if your goal is to try to throw people off your trail, right? I'm not saying the biggest part that worked for Kisan is as the killer, he was the killer, is the fact that basically nobody suspected him. But the not so much fun part is the biggest part that we didn't suspect him is because his character kind of ended up being in a passive situation, right? That's partly on the fault of the other players, aka me and everyone else, for what's it called? Either not having the time or just failing to make proper deductions as a whole. And at the same time, what's it called? I'm kind of calling it Kisan now. Kisan was at that point, he was very used to playing D&D in a mechanical sense, in like the strategy sense of like, once you're in battle, you kind of lock in and you know what to do. But when other people want to talk, he's very kind, or he's very nice as a player to let other people kind of talk first, and at the same time layer that with being the killer and wanting the strategy of not wanting to be suspected. But at the same time, you as a killer, if you're not really proactive in that scene as a scene partner, while you're aiming for the kill, you're not really going to have the most interesting time. You're just going to watch everyone else play, in which case, are you really playing? Or are you just going to end up being in the background with everyone else, where that's not so much of a strategy, that's just kind of waiting, right? It's an unfortunate situation. I will be right back, however, with a little bit more explanation because I just realized on the time I gotta throw away the garbage. I'll be right back. Yep, and that was just we like without the RP chops. Like I said, as players, that was more of a failure on all our parts because we're not professional improvers. We're trying to play with each other as a game, and then we went Among Us brain and kind of failed to be like, okay, yeah, we're also kind of trying to tell a story, both to entertain each other and also entertain the literal dungeon master who set this up for us. So things to learn. But I'll be right back. I wouldn't say failure, rather a learning opportunity. I, it's definitely a learning opportunity, but also he's kind of a failure. Because I mean, true, if you fail to learn on it, if you fail to learn from it, then it would be like a true failure. But if you do learn from it, then while the game is likely not to happen again unless you became the GM for it yourself, then try to improve on it if you can. I mean, if that was like the only time you ever play the game and then never again, then it is what it is. But usually you end up playing again, and you try to do better. But we were also kind of saying before, we were talking earlier before about like modes of asking about the who, what, when, where, why, or bouncing back and forth between that and the five senses as easy ways to ask questions, start building a case, usually from nothing, as like surprisingly a lot of people are not used to when doing investigations, and at the same time partly choice paralysis because there's just too much going on, and there's always going to be a roleplay aspect of one, avoiding main character syndrome, and two, learning how to be a better scene partner, right? Because like I said before, while you are essentially playing a game, a lot of times when it comes to like exploration and just the game in itself as a social cooperative storytelling medium, right? Like, you're gonna be at a table working with other people, right? If you don't learn how to, like, if you don't let yourself learn how to involve yourself with other people, like, you're gonna find yourself essentially playing alone at a table with other people, right? And it's like, that is sadly going to be an experience that happens, partly if your character is too passive, or at the same time if they're too active, and even if they're too active, if they're just not involving other people. It's a little bit redundant statement, sorry, but it's just a thing that does happen quite often. And it's partly also because people are just not used to investigating. Collaborative storytelling, theater of the mind concept can be tough for some people, especially if they're coming from just video game backgrounds. Exactly. That was actually what I was saying before when I was talking about where I failed as a role player, coming from as a new player in D&D, right? Like, where you're actually hitting points that, thank you for that. Because like I said earlier, there is the role-playing aspect of being in a team and working together as a unit, right? Like, team composition happens a lot. It becomes like one of the first thoughts as a party, like if you have a druid, they're probably going to be a healer or some sort of versatile tank support kind of player. Okay, if you have that, who's going to be our main damage dealer? Who's going to be our main tank? Usually end up forgetting the social aspect of the game, where there is, you have the party face, the party muscle, you have the quote unquote the brains and stuff, and how those get mixed and matched, right? And a lot of times that gets into like a video game, especially like Overwatch, Marvel Rivals, League of Legends, that kind of a thing. And a lot of times you're just kind of worrying more about what your character can do, or your character's story and how they fit into the world, right? And it's hard to break out of that. As a storyteller and as a role player, it really can be difficult to get into that mindset. And I'm saying that from personal account because that's how I was, right? Like I even said earlier, I was so into my own characters. I was too into my character's agency and destination and desires that I ended up on the first session almost locking myself into that's what my character would do. And then I realized like I had to kind of course correct early on, because if I did do that thing, I would have ignored what my dungeon master was clearly telling me is, the immediate plot hook to bring me into the adventure with everyone else. And in which case, I would have just completely missed the fight with the giant rats. Everyone would have gone into the cave. My character would have passed by. I would have walked further. They would have had an adventure. And I probably would have gotten kicked out of the table. Right? That's pretty common, yeah. When I GM'd, I always told players to play what they wanted. It's my job to see to the rest if there were gaps in the composition. Here's the thing. I want to take that further because I got to bring you on here one day. I want to take that further because I kind of realized early on that while the team composition of the classic party of a fighter, a thief, a cleric, and a mage is the most well-balanced thing, when you have a team composition that is either unorthodox or, like you said, players playing what they want and, having their own sense of agency, kind of creating it, when the gaps do present themselves, right? The players also have to take that responsibility in ourselves. I say ourselves because I've been more of a player than I have been the GM, but of like, okay, what are we doing as players? If one of us is not a dedicated healer, that means all of us have to take responsibility in some way for our own HP, or cover each other's backs, knowing who is either the squishiest and how to either avoid fights altogether until we either not even avoid fights altogether, at least avoid getting into serious fights, even if we end up with like in slightly spicy fights, right? We're just trying to minimize damage before a major battle. And if at any time before that, are we looking out for potions? Are we looking out for healing scrolls, other types of healing items, other types of ways to kind of protect each other? Mechanically, yeah, provided they're following a more traditional build, I always encourage their agency both as a player and a character. Yep, exactly. Honestly, me too. Right? Like, even my own GM from earlier who was here, we kind of talked about like player agency and stuff. Like, if you have everyone as a fighter or as a bard, there are consequences that follow with it. And while I say consequences, that's not necessarily a bad thing. It just opens you up to a whole different opportunity of playing the game, right? It's like in those in those games in either Overwatch or in like Marvel Rivals or something, and they're like, well, guess what? Everyone can be the same champion, and everyone goes to become the same champion, right? Like, okay, you don't have a healer, you fully expect everyone to die, but if you allow for it, then everyone just starts running for like health packs while also shooting, and you essentially delete the enemy if you can, right? If you work well enough together. While team composition is great, teamwork and like teamwork in terms of battle, as well as role play for the story, as well as like you know, actually thinking about each other as the strategies and tactics, it kind of closes the gap. Like it kind of closes the gap more than just, you know, where team composition would get you. Because if we're pushing forward like the players and their characters and their character agencies, you can have logically and team composition wise the most balanced team, but when personality is introduced in the mix, personality, habits, character flaws, agencies, traumas, stories, right, once those get involved in the mix, team composition tends to fall apart, right? As well as like the natural improv scene partner play of like aspect of role playing. Once that gets involved, everything kind of goes crazy and team composition kind of takes a back seat. But yeah, lack of player healing, scatter a few extra healing potions and loot. Exactly. Introduce as a GM, like what you were saying before with, you know, it's your job as a GM to kind of see where the gaps are in the team party composition and trying to introduce ways to put that in the world for the players to become as options. So like you said, scatter a few extra healing items, a wandering priest or such, not quite to the point that they never have to worry about their HP, but just enough to help compensate. And I was also not afraid to throw in a DMPC if absolutely necessary, and even had one sacrifice herself to save them when they decided as a group to run. Yep. Man, kind of, if you were here for the earlier part of this stream, this was honestly also a part of the conversation I had with my friend and DM Andrew, right? Like me just giving out his name. No, okay. It's because he's not a streamer. Yeah. I was literally telling him like, while this character that I will be introduced later on in my campaign was because my campaign for Mondays is based 2 years after the supposed ending of my my DM's campaign that I was a player in, right? And due to certain player decisions to become the class or the race that they wanted to be in, I ended up deciding as a GM was just like, oh shit, I didn't expect my character to have a reason to exist outside of becoming partly lore in the story, but becoming not an active NPC, but a possible NPC for them to meet, because it's simply like his existence simply overlaps with their long-term and maybe short-term goals. But I didn't even want him to be like fully involved. I just wanted him to be like something that exists in the world, including our party, right? And then now he's been vocally, he's been introduced into the story. Hilariously, Gale, my player, was immediately caught me as I naturally slipped back into my character so quickly and so nonchalant that Gale actually called me out, just being like, "Is this your character?" And I'm like, "Huh? Is this the character you used to play? How the fuck did you know that? I just spoke a little bit." And she was just like, "I fucking," it's like, "I knew it. You were way too comfortable playing that character." And I was like, "Damn, frick, you're right. I hesitate usually." Like it was just as simple as, "Hi, it's good to meet you. This is my name. So I was tasked here to bring this person, this NPC, over back to, back at our location where I was there." The conversation really went, "Hi there, my name is Emmett Dundermeyer. I'm here to pick up a customer, or not really a customer, more of a, bit of a business partner. Back over at Tribal. His name is, I forgot his name as a dungeon master and as a player right now because I can't think of it. Truly, I'll remember that NPC's name." And it was just like, yo, she did caught me. And it was so easy getting back in that character that she like literally caught me. Again, this character exists in the campaign for a reason. I have no desire for him to be anything other than he is a character, an NPC, who is a way for me as a GM to avoid having to make too many things new, and rather being like a good hub for information of certain things, at the same time fulfilling certain needs that the party might have later on when they meet him, as well as actually having to do with someone else's story to kind of help them along as part of like a foundation, and then just being like, he's just there to introduce possibilities in the game and then just fuck off. Like, he's just there to be, here's this guy, he exists, he has information that you can go to time. If you ask him for help, he might be able to guide you. If you ask him to get involved into a fight, you're not his original party, so he's gonna look for every reason to, he has no reason to either trust you or trust his back to you, unfortunately, even if he is more powerful, because he's level 18 by this point. He is also the same type of adventurer as you guys are, and understands the trouble it can go in when someone is like not used to the party at all. So that's a mess that's going to happen. He doesn't want to mess with that formula. He might give you a thing to help you out. Otherwise, good luck, team. Yeah. I did something similar for a player who had to leave the table. For personal reasons, the party heard tell a few exploits of their a few sessions later. Honestly, great use. It's sometimes you just find a natural use for like a lot of these characters, and it is one, fun as a GM because you get to have a little bit of sentiment for it, and two, it's like a little bit of a lore snack. You know what I mean? It's not the biggest thing, but it's one of those things that give you a little bit of satisfaction as a GM, and I like it. That being said, kind of getting back into investigation, my failure, and I did learn from it, was that I failed to do the who, what, when, where, why, as well as the 5 senses. And then as a GM, I started to learn how to try to further than that, I also failed to, or just inexperience, didn't know how to form my questions as well as I do now. right? Like now I'm much better at forming my questions so that I can gain answers no matter what failed roll or successful roll or like wild goose chase that there is. It is now. Well, I guess we are at ads, so let me take a little bit of a break. Hi, everybody. How you feeling? Let me take a bit of a drink. If you cannot see this, you're probably seeing ads. So, I'm just gonna take a swig of water and drown myself a little bit. Oh boy, how y'all doing? I get into tangents a lot, and so I keep trying to circle back. Hold on, I'm also just doing thing. Please pour water. Ah, shit. I need a napkin. Frick. I may have spilled something. Don't worry about it. I'm just gonna go grab a napkin. You're coming with me. This is me opening the door. This is me stepping into the hot-ass hallway. And this is me turning on the light, as well as... it's funny because I probably could have like role-played that a little bit. Ah, you walk into a bedroom. It's clearly a bedroom. No. Oh, actually, that's a great way to segue later about, as a dungeon master, scene descriptions to spark questions within your players. You know, because right now, for the most part, I've been covering, you know, for players, how to spark questions, how to start forming questions, and how to, you know, create a mode for yourself into, you know, asking questions certain ways, which I'll get to after the ad break is done, because I'm probably gonna end up repeating myself over and over again, but it's such is the thing. Ah, Drake, thank you for the sub. It's funny that you say that. That it was the reason why. What's it called? It's okay. I didn't really move that far. I didn't really move on once I realized the ad break was on. One, thank you for the sub. You were a real one. And two, because I realized the ad was on, I was like, you know, a lot of people are not going to see what I'm about to say. So, you know, I take a slight pause in the thing and kind of collecting my thoughts, right? So what I do want to cover this part, like, I do want to cover the GM side of the investigation that will, like, right now, I was talking more about like my need and desire to learn how to investigate better, while at the same time as a GM, how to kind of maybe ways to spark that into your players if you can, right? A, you deserve it, and two, I'm not fond of agile when I'm this invested. That's so funny. And also, thank you. How dare you compliment me? You know I can't take those. But yeah, now we're kind of back into it. So earlier, I did speak about one, my own, because best way to learn, of fastest modes of asking questions. Easy places to start is who, what, when, where, why, bouncing off to the five senses of touch, taste, smell, sight, hearing. Thank God I finally remembered all five, because I usually forget about smell. Taking it a little bit further than that is what I have learned as a role player and as an investigator and as a, you know, player, like trying to get immersed into character. One of, maybe not one of the best ways, you know, tune my own horn, hubris. No, what I found made it easier for me to investigate a case or build up a case based on like either no information or as little information as possible. And you'll see me do this even in games like Shadows of Doubt, where I actually play a detective in a detective sim, because I love detective games, is where it overlaps with the who, what, when, where, why in the senses. is instead of trying to ask direct questions, you start to ask around the topic. You already know right in front of you, probably, the scene at hand. Now you need to learn how to ask around it, right? Like, you need to know, like, I'd say the most direct question is, what happened here? You don't know, man. That's why you're here. You know, like, learn how to, like, let yourself avoid asking the direct questions so that you have reason to ask the two sides of the five senses and the five, like, wait, who, what, when, where, yeah, the five senses and the five W's as more of like trailings rather than direct answers, right? Like, oh, who killed him? Not a great question, because that's what you're trying to find out. You're not gonna see it. It's what you can ask is actually, yeah, even trying to ask who the victim is. It's an okay question to start with that you can bounce off, right? It's not a great question. Just like it's not the best question. What you could that I would kind of start with, right? Like, it's a basic question to start with. Great, right? What about sense of direction or time? It's yeah. I actually wait. No, hold on. That is part about it. What direction are we facing? Where is the sun? What time is it right now? Where? How? Some who, what, when, where, why, and sometimes how. How did they die? How do they look right now? How long has the body been here? It's funny because the how is there, but it's at the same time it's kind of just layered on each one of them. Oh, is that what song this is? I thought it was a different song. But yeah, no, those are also great places to kind of go in. In terms of where, instead of saying like where was the body found? Well, yeah, where was the body found is honestly a pretty good place to start. You know, Mr. Body was killed in the library with a lead pipe by Mr. Green. It's the what trail do you follow to get to that conclusion, right? In this case, trying to ask, I say indirect questions. Maybe there's a better way to word that. It's just the best way I can think of right now, right? Let's say like who, instead of just asking, like, yeah, a good place to start is who is the victim or who died or what or thing. You can also ask who is here in this scene, right? Like, is it just me as a character? Is the other members of my party here? Or are we separated? And in fact, even if we are separated, is there anyone else in the room with us? If there is a body, is there a body? We'll get to that in a moment. If there is a witness, that means that we can start asking different series of questions, right? I mean, now we just have two options in front of us. Similarly, in asking who the victim is can be important though, as it can give leads to motives and a short list of people who want to give them. Absolutely, yeah. It's just that, what's it called? It's a good place to start, but not necessarily, like, sometimes not necessarily the place you want to gun in for, like, immediately. Like, you want to know who is there. Someone in the other room might be able to tell you if you can ask that question, right? Like, the question is, who is the victim? The method is, who are you asking that question to, right? Like, are you asking the immediate people around you? Are you asking the party? Are you asking the body? In which case, how are you asking the body? If you're gonna ask the body, this is where the five senses come in. In which case, this is the skill of investigation itself, where you have the three skills: insight, investigation, and perception. Insight being how you deduce, like, what deductions you can make based on, like, the information that you've managed to gather either on the subject in front of you, like the body, or to the people uh, who is around them, maybe a witness or so, or maybe even the killer themselves if you find out who they are, to see if someone is lying, or if you can gather based on the person's uniform, based on like their general clothing, the items they have on them, how they were positioned, making a deduction of what likely happened, if you can form the question well enough for your DM to give your character the best essence, right? And at the same time, investigation just like perception uses the five senses, mainly sight and touch, and sometimes hearing. Hearing for rumors, touching the body for fingerprints if you are able to have fingerprints, or finding what's on them, type of how their clothing feels, are their eyes open, do they have rigor mortis, some other shit like that. How are you going to ask the body? Speak with dead. Yeah, that's yeah. Oh man, thank you for actually bringing that up, because I do want to bring that up as part of what players sometimes have trouble with in investigations, which is a lot of times it's because they're just bad at asking questions. Which is funny, because that was my players maybe 3 sessions ago, right? What happened was my player was everyone was asleep, and my player doesn't really sleep. She's kind of meditating and attuning to her sword, which she was like slowly finding out was wow, whoever owned this sword was involved with the Raven Queen, the goddess of fate, death, and winter. And in that case, for whatever reason that I will not reveal yet, her sword was reflecting the skeleton of an NPC they had met as an illusion. But in this case, when she was looking into the reflection, rather than seeing the skeleton facing her, saw the reflection of the NPC as themselves in the mirror, just staring at them. Right? Dude, I love the Raven Queen so much. Right? So that was a thing to hint them of something's fucking happening right now. There's a skeleton over there. Why are they looking at me? And why are they alive, seemingly a living corpse in my sword's reflection? And so the scene kind of led up. You need like a voice following them saying, listen to their story. And kind of finding ways. This is kind of where I'm talking about as a GM, setting your players up to help foster a habit of letting them ask different questions instead of direct ones, or at least starting with direct ones and learning how to ask different ones, right? In this case, what is happening? There's a reflection on your sword. Who? To the body of the NPC that you remember seeing before it was revealed that he was already dead. Why? That's for you to find out right now. Where? In this ancient, well, not ancient, but like old, worn down building. And what's gonna happen? Listen to Titus, is that you? Titus? Is it Titus? It's Titus to me. Listen to our story. But yeah, in a sense, finding out that sword that she had one charge of speak with dead. That was the one thing as me as a one to involve. She's not a cleric. She is a rogue. Is she a part of a cult? Maybe. Yes. And kind of involve the Raven Queen as part of, like, death is always kind of with you in various different ways. Seemingly, ways to think, and that's like my way of like, okay, am I kind of railroading you a little bit? Listen, railroading and guardrails is two different things. It's just my way of like, pushing the story forward because I have I have ways to let you find out more, even though it seems like there was a dead end. But you were doing something cool involving, like, as a player, you were like, they were doing something cool of, I'm just gonna attune to my sword and try to get things. One, it's not gonna happen the way you think, and two, because you were trying to draw closer to it, I do want to reward it at least in some way to let you kind of get hints of what is the theme happening with your blade and what your character thinks is supposed to happen with them. I definitely know that the player has not realized that their first impressions or desires for the Raven Queen, as well as the aspect of death, is not how I'm putting it in front of them, even though I am. You can unlock the doors for the players, but it's still up to them to figure out that it's not locked instead of spending 3 hours trying to unlock it. Exactly. Thank you for wording that so much better than I did. It's, like I said, found out she had to speak with Dead. Great. This is where it kind of reminded me that the player is new to the game and new as a role player, because I think it's still in their head that when either an investigation or a quest of questions is happening, that there is a right and wrong answer. And the truth is, kinda, but also not really. There's what I more or less dangle in front of you to see if you'll take the bait. But just because it's there doesn't mean you have to bite it. It just means that, like, here's the thing you can do. But if you try to do a different thing, you just might be able to, right? Like if I said, "Oh, you can only talk to this person because they're the only one reflected in your sword, and you have a charge of this," then that should be the only person you talk to. In a TV show, yeah, probably. But they made a great point. If I were to point this at someone else, would it also work? And I said, make a roll. And if they rolled high enough, they'll get a chance. But even if they didn't roll, they were totally also welcome to try it on any one of the other possible skeletons that they totally didn't clean up and just kind of left there in the room, both out of respect and because they forgot. Right? Like, she ended up taking the bite and using the charge of Speak with Dead onto the mayor, in which case 5 questions. Had she pointed it to the mayor's wife, who was a skeleton laying next to him, they would have gotten that. Had they put it into the skeleton of a child that may or may not have been in the room, in which case we'll find out what that kid knows as a spirit, right? Let me get some more water. That's part of like where there is the aspect of being a scene partner, of listening to each other, right? Both as a GM, as a player to a player, or player to GM, or player to player, GM to GM. In which case, where'd that other GM come from? But it's learning how to. There's a level of freedom that is layered in the game where, even though you try to set each other up, because there is a level of freedom in the game, you should be kind of listening in on each other. Like, listening to each other. That way, one, you can kind of try to see where the other person is coming from, what they want, and how you can play into it to push, or how you can present something new, right? In this case, the one charge of Speak with Dead used on the mayor, 5 questions. Oh yeah, I'd have given them crumbs instead of the whole cake of info, depending on the question they asked, and if they use it on someone other than who I intended. Exactly. Now, again, this was kind of not a whiplash, but a reminder for me as a GM and something to learn from who is new to the game and who is not, right? Like, 2 players, not new to the game, very well versed in the mechanics, but of sometimes a little too immersed in the mechanics that they get a little passive, and I have to think about how to how to give them a little more for being passive, while at the same time giving them reasons to let themselves be more involved, even if it's not the most perfect situation. And 2 players who are not the most mechanically inclined, although they are smart and they know how, because 1, they play Baldur's Gate, and 2, you know, they have that aspect, but they're new in terms of role playing and in terms of the game as a whole. In which case, I'm proud of them for asking the question, but also was just like, oh boy, I'm sorry, but that's the question you asked. I can't really give you much on that. Their first question out of 5 on Speak with Dead is there any valuable objects in here? in an old church to Savras, who was a divination, who was an ascended divination wizard, right? And it was a church. Is there anything valuable in here? Oh man, it's been 250 years since this place happened. The fact that the skeletons are even here is kind of amazing feat in and of itself. But more so, there's a lot of dead bodies in that 250 years. Really, I don't think either, even if it was undisturbed, you guys kind of got a glimpse within the illusion of the type of people who went to this building, and they were not the richest. So and it was during the attack. Context-wise, they saved a bunch of villagers and led them into the temple, only to discover that everyone they met was part of an illusion due to an existing mist that covered the entire town that only dissipated in the presence of light and fire. And the only reason they found out that everyone was actually dead for a long time now, and that they didn't actually time travel into the past, is because 2 of them went into the small round church, the temple, with the villagers, the illusory villagers, closed the door where the mist could not reach them. Aside from the fact that they were hearing voices happening all around them, but their dark vision revealed that no one was around them, and they thought everyone was hiding. So even though the auditory part of the investigation is you hear voices around you, but your sight sees no one around you aside from black, like grayscale. This song is not serious enough for this moment, but fuck it. That ended up, just that alone, where I'm not directly telling them the situation, but rather telling them what their senses are not aligning together, prompted them essentially to, all right, where the hell is everybody? Let's light a fire with produced flame as well as dancing lights. Doing that, after a few sessions of them kind of slowly guessing that the mist that covered the entire town, and from before they even got there, behaved and warded away from light, the moment they did that, not only all the voices disappeared, it revealed to them that everyone was already dead. I mean, on something being off is a classical choice. Honestly, it's so much fun as a GM, playing around suspense, and we're calling it like scaffolding, right? A scaffolding method into, like, building a foundation, building a foundation to help you build the scene and the environment, rather than telling them directly what is in the environment, right? Like you said, not giving them the whole cake of info, but rather giving them pieces, right? Like, everything is a little bit of a foundation, and it just works so well because As a GM, if you're doing all the talking for them, then why are they doing the story? Give them the little hints to want to be involved in them. You know, invite the players as best as you can as a GM, and then as players, be active to ask questions, heaps of questions, because darn it, your GM wants to answer all of them and wants reason to lore dump on you. But also, while you're doing so, you know, while you are trying to be proactive, and I encourage you to do so. What I further encourage is try to bring other people with you. Instead of trying to involve yourself with other people's scenes where main character syndrome goes in, right? Right? And instead of trying to like instead of trying to involve yourself into other people's scenes where you end up intruding, invite people into your story, and hopefully, you know, they also do the same for you. In which case, and I've said it before, if everyone is kind of inviting each other to each other's story, then you don't really have to worry about being involved in the role play, because other people want you to be involved in it already, right? Like, you don't have to worry about falling away, not being important. You know, that sometimes I do see people worrying about it, and they get nervous, and then they end up going nonverbal and just kind of slinking away because they're worried about, or they just see that they're not getting involved. It's just like, okay, instead of worrying as a scene partner, instead of worrying about yourself not being involved, kind of try to switch up and ask, not how you can be involved, but rather how you can involve other people. You know, again, kind of just talking in a circle on that one, right? The biggest example I can give to that, I've given it before, I've given one example before where I had my artificer create the final battle outfits for my party during the escape from the Underdark campaign, where even though it didn't happen on screen, I asked each and every player individually how they would treat their character, if they how they would want their character's final outfit for the campaign and the final battle to look like, if they wanted it to be upgraded, if they wanted it to be something completely new, or if they wanted to like follow a theme kind of a thing, right? And that was a way for me to satisfy my need as an artificer to make something, to craft something for the campaign. And I at the same time, as a scene partner, to involve my dungeon master to let me have a moment to take everything he's given us for the campaign and turn it into a love letter, to present all of our characters to become the culmination of each of our own stories before going into the final battle, while at the same time involving the other players by, one, telling them how my characters saw them and how we each kind of saw each other through the storytelling of clothing, and satisfying my need as an artificer to make clothing. Nah, just make them full color-coded Power Ranger outfits, dude. I kinda wanted to. Oh, shit. No, I did turn one of them into a superhero-esque, because if you know about the artificer, specifically like the battlesmith and stuff, the artificers have infusions, and so I gave them the belt of, I think, Hill Giant Strength, the winged boots, I think either resistant armor or like enhanced defense armor, right? And some other stuff. And then I also cast Enlarge on them, as well as Warding Bond on them, which I became their health pack without letting them know that I was taking the other half of their damage, because that was my role play as the character's older brother, who was a goblin to who was the older twin brother to a half orc who was much taller. We're fraternal twins. No, and at the same time, even though I gave them that, I presented it in a way that told their story of wanting to be brave, like their magic item as a Mr. Owlybear stuffed animal that helps them get rid of fear. They wanted to be. I let them dress up as like a superhero who helped do that for other people. So they became Mr. Owlybear, or in this case, Miss Owlybear. Right, and that was something to invite all the players. The other example that my GM and I told earlier was, hold on, I need more water. I think, and I realized was a much better example where I got everyone involved into their outfits because I asked them questions. But in this example, I actually got everyone involved, including the GM, because it allowed my GM, what's it called? It allowed him to create a brand new scene with the other player, unintended, and help give them a reason to to do something otherwise unorthodox. I, as a druid, got to use the spell reincarnate to bring back my friend, my friend's character, into a new body, and at the same time, my need as a role player and like improver, storyteller, whole ass geek, to treat or to use a spell or to make a spell feel more magical, right? So in this case, the context of the story is, this isn't even like investigation. We'll get back into it, I swear to God, but it's more about like involving each other, because that does go into investigation, like I said earlier. But tangent wise. The context of the story is, our party's rogue got kidnapped by the debt collectors, whom he not only screwed over but stole money from, right? Because he's a kleptomaniac. I always loved that about his character. He got into some bullshit, and I was just like, bet, I'm in. Say less. Eventually, they caught up to him, took him. He got into this one shot where we got to play into a one shot that was kind of like a Hunger Games, and he just knew his character enough that he won, even though we all could have won in some way. But eventually, he did die because he was just too weak from the fight and got attacked and ambushed before he could reach us. Tomato, tangerine, tangerine. I like that. Tangerine. Yeah. Party rogue died. My character had the spell reincarnate, and what's it called? Now, the spell reincarnate, all you have to do is like let me actually check it out. I believe it's a 1-hour ritual, right, to bring someone back to life. Here, I'll actually read it. Nope. I was about to spell tangerine. God damn it, Drake. I was about to say tangerine. That's not a spell. So yeah. Reincarnate is a 5th level spell, 1-hour casting, a touch spell. It has a vocal stem, really? No, it has a vocal component where you have to chant, essentially, like you chant the words. You also have to use somatic, in which case you have to do like hand signs. You throw out the gang signs to cast a spell, to cast an ninjutsu. And the material component that the spell consumes is expensive as frick. So instead of a 300 gold diamond, you need rare oils and unguents worth 1,000 gold pieces. And once you use that, it's just gone. You have to get 1,000 more. Thankfully, our party was rich. We're rich because we just kept on taking jobs. No freaking way. What is this song? All the single ladies? Alright. But in this case, I had it, but I wanted to make the spell more interesting, right? The most boring way to use a spell is just to use the spell and roll the die. Sorry, but it was. You're bringing someone back to life, and you're just like, the spell's description is, you touch a dead humanoid or a piece of one. If the creature has been dead no longer than 10 days, the spell forms a new body for it and calls the soul to enter that body. Roll 1d10 on a table and consult it to determine the body's species, or the DM chooses another playable species. That's it. Just touch a body, cast a spell. You say, oh boy, is there anything that people want to do in 1 hour? Okay, nothing? Okay, nothing happens. Okay, 1 hour later, congratulations, you're back to life. Let's figure out who you want to be. You see my problem there? You kind of, like, if we're talking about, like, character agency, storytelling, and whatnot, I basically just took away the gravity of death and made it so trivial. Like, forget needing a ritual to be like, oh, it's difficult for a soul to come back to life. Let's do some series of rolls to see if the soul can come back to life, even though you just spent 1,000 gold pieces. Thankfully, it's changed from the past. It used to be a chance for reincarnating them for into a non-playable creature. Ooh! Holy crap. You know what? That's... Oh, boy. You're right. That is so much better. But yeah, even still... Thematically, mechanically, useful, amazing, the best. Thematically and storytellingly, boring. So when we ended the session, right before the resurrection part, I told my GM, okay, I have like, realistically, could I have gotten these, like, could I have purchased these? Right? I would love to bring them in, but let's say, like, I have the spell, I've had it, can I have just purchased these? Right, that was an easy one, and my GM was just like, yeah, okay. Oh, actually, we didn't even do that. I think we actually did go back and then purchase them. It's just like, can I find someone who has these? In which case, yeah, we did go back into the town, used up like 3 days, right? And we like, give me unguents, give me not death. But that still didn't really satisfy, you know, just a quest to buy stuff. Not great. But to follow that up, I did speak to this bird on my shoulder, that's Jeff, he used to be our rogue. Hey, look, how good now. You say that as a bird, brother, let me let you guess what the ending to this one is. Because of that. Oh man. So we traveled back to town, took us about 3 days, managed to get the 1,000 gold pieces of unguents. I still was not satisfied with just touching the body for 1 hour. Touching the body for 1 hour while casting it and, you know, wrapping them in oils to do the thing. Because it's like, again, boring. But, you know, before the next session, what I told my GM is, hey, we have this rod of security. It lets us go into a pocket dimension that lets us turn that pocket dimension into a design to whatever we want it to be that can fit inside said near infinite pocket dimension of a paradise that we design ourselves. Instead of just treating the 1 hour ritual into no shot. I just said that for no cover. Instead of just turning it into a 1 hour session, into a 1 hour, well, boy, you're back, right? I asked my GM, like, okay, I want to design the layout of the paradise to allow me to allow my character to involve almost Avatar Last Airbender style, to involve the various elements into the actual spell so that it becomes not only meaningful, but I want to involve the other players. There were 4 of us, and I wanted to involve the other 2 players, because if it's just me and them coming back to life, then it's like they're kind of bored for an in-game 1 hour, right? And in which case they're just kind of bored for a thing. And my friend's character dying, trivialized, no weight to it. Hi, welcome back, you have a new body, congratulations. It's funny because I think I did evolve this into I wish I could put this on paint, but I know that my computer was not going to let me do things. So, I'll try to describe it as a GM as best as I can. So basically, you homebrewed a circle casting to involve other players. Essentially, and honestly, I love circle casting as a theme, and I worked on it for my players of my Monday campaign, only to find out as soon as I finished, frickin' WotC released, "Welcome to circle casting." You bitches, I came with D&D first. You. Or at least I made I came up with this method first for my campaign. You for releasing it. And basically, I saw them and it's just like, those are actually really good ideas, but I'm mad because it basically is just what I wrote. Shut. Hate you. Love you. Fuck you. So, what happened was, I wanted the environment of the paradise to be a place to bury the body as a seed, right? So how it looked like is there is a small, not even small, there is a wide round platform, right, made of like almost like a white stone, maybe limestone or marble, right, whichever one can get held up, that is held above of a large pond of clear water, surrounded by a ring of what looks to be a small island ring with trees and a large wall that seem to echo with an ocean beyond it that you just cannot see because it's such a high wall, but you can see the trees that lay at the top, right? And every one of us crossed over and brought the body into the platform and buried it, right, with like the oils and the unguents to kind of prep the body, as well as planting it into the earth. That was me being like, all right, I need a virtue of earth. That'll be it. He is now in the ground. He is a seed that eventually be birthed in that is he will be bloom into new life. Now, Yowie Lover, hello there, 69 Yowie Lover. Welcome in. My name is Chef Tomato, and why do I know that character? But yeah, hello. I am describing stuff. Hopefully is easily described. So, on that platform, buried the body. Next to me is my friend, who is a bard warlock, otherwise known as a bardlock. So my friend's body is a virtue of earth, buried in the dirt. Oh my lord. Hey, thank you for the follow. Holy crap. No, that's just me speaking into my character's voice because I like doing the accent. Yes, I really do. But yeah, so my friend's dead body, the virtue of earth, My friend the bard is the virtue of air. That I told him, I need you to play a song to be the vocal component of the spell. You will be playing this for an hour, and I want you to describe how you play it. In which case, he said he was playing it to gather the winds around with the magic, as well as to play it as passionately as he could. Freaking awesome. Loved him for keying in on what I wanted to do. Hell yeah. And my friend, I'll tell about later. I was to be the virtue of water, using control water within the paradise to bring the water from the pond onto the dirt to, again, water the seed. And with the magics, what I told them is they would watch as the music of the flute, amazing that this is the song that's being used, is the magic of the flute kind of bringing everything kind of together, help the tree of life, as part of the spell, kind of grow. And what we would witness in it is that the body would get, as the tree grew, gets surrounded into the tree's trunk, right? Being lifted high above us and shaded that area in the thing. So I flavored it into a Hollywood resurrection scene. It really was. Now, that was not just yet how he finished. That was just to allow my GM and my friend to have a scene of their own, right? Because my DM loved the idea. He said, bet. It bought him time to think up of a scene that would allow not just my friend whose character was dead to have a scene of his own and get involved into the scene together with us. But it was like, okay, now we also have the DM in there, because you feel your soul getting pulled back, but your body is gone. You cannot return as you were. Let's do a thing and find out what you turned into. I think a roll later, and maybe a bit of guessing, and we would reveal what he found. My GM was kind of cackling, and this is what I was talking about with Drake. Now, if you watched Game of Thrones, you would know about Khaleesi. You would know about the Breaker of Chains, the Unburned, and the scene with 3 dragon eggs. So, if you know that scene, then you know what I'm getting at, and know that while I have the virtue of water, air, and earth, we need the final one, fire. Is it the sun? Kinda, right? Because, plants need the sun to grow as well. But to end the spell, I told my friend, the cleric, that in order for us to reveal what the new body is, he needs to burn away the tree. So I was just like, bet. He was ecstatic to be like, I get to set this tree on fire? Hell yeah. So we set the tree on fire, and out from the ashes, like a phoenix, we have a toucan Arakakra. So stupid. We thought he was gonna choose some cool form to be edgy and kind of a thing. No, this asshole decided, I want to be toucan. It's kind of funny to be a toucan. I want to be an Arakakra, but it's funny to be a toucan. We asked him as well. No, he kept his name. His name was Garrett. So that was what we were talking about, of more than just creating outfits for all the other players and kind of becoming like a love letter. It was a way for me to take a spell, take a small little breather from the main story, give gravity and weight to my friends' characters' death, as well as give weight to their resurrection. That happened 3 days after they died. Oh, oops. No, I'm kidding. As well as, you know, not making it boring for all the other players and for the GM to just kind of witness. Oh boy, it took me so much sessions to kill off your character, and it took you like a minute out of game, an hour in game to just make it trivial. Dude, I love letting players flavor the things. I love flavoring things. I'm an artificer at heart, and artificers are all about their flavor. But yes, that was one of my favorite parts because it just had all of us. It was a scene that didn't need to happen at all, and changing up the spell just let us be my character loving water and, like, you know, as a druid being part of the elements. That was why I loved being able to do that. My friend being a bard, becoming the virtue of air, freaking loved that. My friend becoming the virtue of earth because he's a dead body, that was just kind of funny. And my other friend, who is a forge cleric, who loves using fire to create new things, becoming the virtue of fire. Hell yeah. It got to involve us not only as players, but it got to involve the players. I mean, the characters themselves as, you know, who they are. In which case, my friend's character, who they are, is dead. That comes back to bite his ass later. Did your companions remember to ask the 5 W's? Yes, they did. As in, what the frick is this? Where the hell are we? Who's that toucan? Why a toucan? How did we do this? And the 5 senses of what smells like bacon. Can I set it on fire with touching it with a fire? But yeah, that was just like a fun thing. I know that has nothing really to do with investigation, but god damn it, I love that moment. But it's more of an example to it's more of a really long tangent example to the part of investigation where you want to be a proactive player and character, but by pushing to push like either scenes or stories further, it's also good to do these things not alone. Not the bacon. Just because you're doing an investigation, you're not doing an investigation alone. You're not interrogating a character just by yourself. You're not the smartest. Don't try to be the smartest person in the room. Use the resources around you, and some of the best resources around you is the people who can either cover your back to the knowledge that you as a character and player don't know, or can protect you while you're trying to gather information, or to play good cop to your bad cop, or the bad cop to your good cop, right? Like, sorry, the music got to me. I was like, why am I trying to get emotional about this message now? Like, if you as a player are not used to investigations, right, or how to form questions, that's okay. You can start with easier stuff and work your way up, or at the same time, you can allow yourself to let your not even just allow yourself, allow your character to be either not good at it or ask for help. Sometimes more than just asking questions. Well, I mean, like, the biggest question is, help, right? Like, if you don't know, if your character is stuck, it's okay to realize that they can't move forward unless they bring an outside party. It could be a witness, it could be another player. But if you can, as a role player, if you can involve other people with it, right, then it still retains more about the heart of the adventure with it. Even if someone's trying to say to play out their L fantasy, they still need to be cognizant of the Kira player and others working things alongside against them. God damn it, how you keep coming up with great examples, because yes, pretty much, yeah, right? Like, you're not investigating this alone, you are with an entire party, we use them. Yes, use them for your machinations. Okay. It's like, try not to solve the puzzle by yourself, because it's fun when everyone's kind of doing it. And it's also fun even if you, I guess, if you fail forward. It's not, if you've, oh god, I was about to use a bad word. Even if you fumble your way to the answer, if it's like more fun to do so with your entire party or with as many people as you can, inviting in the scene, that can be more important than letting your character be the smartest person in the room, or just being like, my character is highly intelligent. They're the only one who's going to do this. They're the one who can do this. They're the one who's just going to do this without asking everybody else. I do words good sometimes. You do words good with bouncy bounce. Also, congrats, you have access to my bouncing butt. You have access to my ass. But yeah, no, it's like having, like I was saying before, a lot of times, especially due to inexperience, and it was hard for me too, because I didn't know how to roleplay intelligence because I was new to the game. People often who are new to role-playing intelligence or are nervous about playing intelligence sometimes make the mistake of trying to play either Sherlock Holmes, frickin' Rick from Rick and Morty, or any other smartest person in the room type role play. One of the reasons I've had that phrasing? Nope, that's exactly the phrasing I intended. And fail to realize that the people who are surrounding these characters, like Sherlock Holmes and like Rick from Rick and Morty, I forgot who the other person that I used from before, is that they try to insert themselves. They either try to insert themselves into other people's stuff, like Sherlock hears a new case, or in this case, if you've ever watched Psych, Sean Spencer tries to get himself into a new case each time, right? So that one, he can gain money, and two, recognition. They try to be right about things. People don't really want to be involved in them. A lot of times, people don't like them, because trying to be the smartest person in the room doesn't mean that you're the most wise or socially adept person in the room. Like, you end up playing, many times those characters end up overplaying their condescendence. Overplaying their intelligence to the point of condescendence, as well as like, not aggression, Jesus Christ, arrogance as well. Sherlock, L, Rick, Dexter, Bruce Wayne. Honestly, yeah. The difference between Bruce Wayne is that people actually do want to be involved with him. They have a need for him, but also they want to be involved with him, because Bruce Wayne is a great example of someone who is usually the smartest person in the room, usually more than usually correct, but also he had the biggest heart out of those examples, right? Like, if you know what happened between Batman and Ace, Batman was just like max level. Like, he had like pretty much high level intelligence and wisdom, and as well as like charisma. Honestly, like he was smart enough to find out Ace was dying, wise enough not to attack her, right? And charismatic enough to charismatic enough to, convince her that he means her no harm, and wise enough to know that she was gonna die anyway, and that she really just needed someone to be there with her. right? He didn't actually he didn't like he knew who to flaunt his intelligence to intimidate them, but he also knew how to let someone know that he just understands their situation the most, and also completely disarm them in a sense. Dude, those the JLA, Justice League Unlimited, and the animated Batman, dude, freaking love that version. But true, but a player is rarely capable of actually being Bruce. Mostly they just think they're Bruce, and then acting more like Jason Todd. Absolutely. Yep. I'm not even arguing. That's correct, right? But like I said, Sherlock, L. I don't know about Dexter because I need to watch Dexter. Unless you're talking about Dexter's from Dexter's Laboratory, that's where my brain went. And Rick, aside from a few people who just want his approval, actually no, including the people who just want his approval and stuff, they tend to go for these characters out of necessity, right? For something for themselves. They have something to gain for themselves. That's why they gave, or they, rather than trying to actually be there for them, right? Like it's like frick, Morty loves his grandpa, but he also doesn't really like his grandpa, but other than the fact that like he gets to go on cool adventures. Sherlock is smart. He has a lot of information. The police and other people need his help to solve crimes and, you know, find stuff for them and give them information, but they otherwise think he's just a prick. Soon, but not yet. Trust me, pet. Mother knows. Frick. That's how I tangent. Not necessarily, but that is like, that is kind of an example of, you know, what a lot of either inexperience towards intelligence and investigation, as well as veteran players who just get main character syndrome, tend to play into, right? Just the intelligent prick. And it's funny because we were talking about last time, because I know Drake, you caught on to it, is I think that was you or someone else, is the journey, like you can role, like the other side of that is role playing intelligence as the journey from fool to scholar, right? It's a firm possibility and a definite maybe, a soon eventuality, if you will. Yes. What I like about the Sherlock method is, what's it called? When you eliminate the impossible, what remains? What remains? You know what? I don't have to paraphrase this. I can just Google it. God damn it. Here you go, the quote. The famous quote by fictional detective Sherlock Holmes is, "When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth." Right? Like, what Kai was saying earlier, it's just a form of trial and error, right? Like the simplest form is it's just trial and error. You create a checklist and you start crossing it off one by one. As you get better at investigating, both as a player and as a character, no matter that's by typing it up, no matter how seemingly dumb your character is, even if they're not the highest of intelligence or the wisest or even the most charismatic, in order to persuade people to either to catch someone in a lie, find something useful on the body, or in the situation, or the you know, the crime scene, or even see what is or isn't there, what was stolen and whatnot, or persuade other people to give you information. If you as a player can realize, if you as a player realize that everything within a scene is just information, and how you glean into it, like what you glean from each statement that either the GM drops from the scene or from an NPC or from other players who start mentioning pieces of information in game, so you're not metagaming. You will get answers just from that, right? And it's up to you to put the pieces together. And at the same time, like I said, no matter how dumb, like how unintelligent or unwise your character is, if you as the player improve how you either ask the questions or create action, execute actions that your character would most likely either bring themselves into a mess or find them in themselves either involved or at best involving someone else in their team to kind of just stir the pot, and like being proactive that way, just like Grog in Critical Role, right? Like you can have that kind of low intelligence, and like sometimes how I do. So if you know how to start pressing the right buttons, like when you get better at pressing the right buttons, sometimes it's not so much about asking the questions, but just starting the snowball into forcing other people, both NPC player and DM, to start giving away the answers by themselves too. I have an intelligence of 6. I know what I'm doing. Yeah. I will say the only real exception to that is the exceptional red herring that the player can't logic their way out or around. Totally correct. That is a GM's fun snack to throw people off, as well as sometimes a player's fun snack to throw other players away from their character into their character reveals. Right? Where I was saying earlier, you can also find ways to involve other players into your story, right? And that kind of stacks into what I was also saying with the example of the murder on the Orient Express. Even though your character has a secret, like hiding the fact that they're the killer in that one shot, if you want to involve the other players, find a way for that secret to leak out. Find a reason for your characters, either inner workings, their story, in the best example here is a secret, is find a way and find reasons for them to suck at holding it, to suck at hiding it, right? Not to say that like, oops, here's a thing. Oh no, you should totally pick up my story plot hook. Right? Instead of just doing that, it's more about like, you can present your character with some sort of habits, some sort of ways that they try to act different, ways to maybe show that they are either nervous, trying to hide something, they're a little bit shifty, not exactly to be trusted. And then eventually, as you do so, hopefully if someone has been picking up on it enough, and I hope that they will, right? Then when you either want to do the big reveal, it's not so much that you do the big reveal right away, it's that you start dropping breadcrumbs after setting up a foundation, rule of threes. Set the foundation of reasonable doubt. Then start trying to confirm those doubts by revealing the inconsistencies within your character, their stories and their behaviors, even their connections if they have to. And then, big reveal, show the other players or show the other characters what can be confirmed from their hypothesis and what ended up being a red herring, both from a DM side or the player side. Without making it incredibly obvious. Yeah, that's the trick. Yeah, tease them. And just like a GM, edge the other players as you would. And at the same time, let yourself as a player and a character be edged by their backstory, Because, if you're going to try to invite other people, keep an eye out to see if they're inviting you to their scenes. Not to say that you're going, like, not to say that you're trying to intrude on each of their scenes, but if, you know, be willing to put out that behavior first, and if they are receptive to the idea, and at some point reciprocate those notions as well, right? After kind of, you know, being leading by example in a sense, you know, the best case scenario, you lead by example, they do the same thing, role play happens, your GM is in the background enjoying the role play, like they're watching, like either they're a director and or the audience at the same time, just watching you guys have at it while they plan out your downfall. Oh, that's half the fun of it too. Even if you as a player have picked up on something, to play your character as if they are unaware. Yes, you get me. This is it, you get me. One of my favorite parts, is that the game allows, because of this, it allows for one, scene building with a scene partner, right? And not like as a player, not metagaming, but also like the funny parts that allow for it. Two, the amount of like chemistry and table etiquette and like table trust that happens. Amazing. Now, even funnier to me is when there, like, sometimes it can happen if you are all okay with it happening, partly for the sake of pushing the narrative forward, and two, because it's just a little funny for it to happen, right? Say in a different room, two players are having a conversation. One of the players reveals to, buddy, I got a confession that you cannot tell anyone. I have never learned to swim. Like, I will literally sink as a stone. I will probably drown. I'm cooked, right? If we ever have to go underwater, I think you gotta leave me behind. And then they go out to another room while everyone as players was listening, and those two are about to be like, you know, one, it was a way for, as a scene partner, for that player to invite another player into their flaw. But if you allow each other to have fun with it from an improv perspective, when the other two come back, if the other players picked up on that and then just to kind of mess with them from an improv standpoint, right? They just be like, they come back, reveal to the other players and their characters, hey guys, guess what? We built a pool. You guys want to try it out? You know, it's some bullshit like that. Or, hey guys, we got a new mission. Seaside, truth is, I wanted to buy a pearl necklace for my mother, and it really mean a lot to me if you guys kind of just went with me over there. But the only place to get these pearls are over there in the seaside. So let's go. Right? In which case, what you're setting up, what one of them set up is, here's my flaws. I hope that we never have to swim, but also it'd be kind of funny if my character gets put into that situation. Where the other player picks up on it is like, hey guys, here's a new reason for us to absolutely wreck this one shit. And at the same time, it's not happening now. It's not happening yet, but we have all the time in game time, like in game, to find the fuck ton of reasons that this could go wrong and let it go wrong. I'd even encourage players to have a little asides like that with characters in private over digital devices, specifically so it's more of a surprise for other players. Like good old passing secret note. Yes. Here's the fun part. I like getting involved as a dungeon master to, if they want to do that, and sometimes to do that, because if they're having that conversation, I as a dungeon master can listen in on what the players want to create as scenes, and how I as a dungeon master can help become a facilitator into not so much pushing them towards that story, but finding out where they want to take that direction with a character and where the most likely places they can have semblances of it, and maybe help slowly build, not slowly, but like help build up to it, right? Either in like the next few scenes, the next few sessions, a next adventure, right? That's the fun part. And in which case, I don't stream my end from my Monday campaigns, but if you're ever in Arsonist's chat or Mystic Gale's chat, they stream their ends of the campaign. What you'll actually find out is in asides like that, I actually take them into a different voice chat. Like if someone starts finding out information as like secrets, I'm just like, hey, meet me in the other voice chat. And it's just enough that it's just those words enough to let everyone know what the frick did he just do to get that scene, as well as what is he about to learn that we're not allowed to learn, which is even funnier to me because the two people, like 2 sessions ago, the 2 people who were streaming ended up in a secret scene together, right? Like they did a thing that kind of built up to it over the course of like maybe 3 sessions, or at least the course of like 5 sessions in total. But they did a thing. They ended up into a pocket dimension, well, into a mind realm, and the other 2 players and their characters have no reasonable ability to find out. Could I have let the other 2 players listen in? Of course I could have, right? But doing so also makes it hard for them not to metagame. But at the same time, I knew that the players of these 2 characters wanted to have their player secrets so that they could have the agency of giving the big reveals. But at the same time, you know, I have to find ways to like slowly let those secrets leak out. And the fun part is now those 2 characters know each other's secrets as well as things that are unknown to them, right? And I was like, you 2 see each other? Well, like essentially they see each other in their truest forms, right? And one of them was just like, what the hell is that? Is that you? How did this happen? Excuse me. But before that scene ended, they got to see things behind each other that the other could not, like, yeah, they got to see stuff that the other couldn't see because there were figures and things standing behind each of them, which are the things that they're not conscious of. So that just added to a layer of secrets to each other to, one, hopefully foster reasons for them to get involved with each other. Even if it's me just being like, hey, this stuff you now know about each other. Congratulations, you now have reason to stick together. Not even stick together, but like, you know, just kind of get involved with each other because, yeah, all right. Like, oh, nice. I'd use custom Discord channels with each combination of characters and myself as the only ones with access. So it's less disruptive to the group, but if you're going for the group, oh, what the fuck, Victor? That way works. Yeah, no, you're correct. There are places, what's it called? There are places like custom sub channels to allow for certain things. Like I made the small sub channel for 2, now 3 of my characters, my players, for the thieves cant, right? Like a thieves cant section, because 1, I love the street slang of cyberpunk, but 2, these characters have thieves cant, and I'm like, I want you to be able to use that more than just I speak thief language, right? So it's a way of being like when the players hear certain things, and then if they've been paying attention enough, and at the same time, of course, I'll remind them, right? When these things start to get more important, I'll remind them, probably privately, being like, all right, these are things you're probably going to keep aware of, because I might start using them more because of where you are, right? And in this case, it's thieves can't. Sometimes I'll use florology, and sometimes I'll use phrases. The main thing is that they learn to communicate with people who are involved with, the underworld, or even sometimes royalty, depending on how it's used. It'll gain them access to various points in the story where otherwise other people either could not get to by normal means, or would have a difficult time getting to if you needed like recommendations. But yeah. Now, what does this have to do with investigation? I don't know. I forget. Hey, what's up, Scooby? How you doing? But that being said, it is 2:30 for me. So, first of all, I'm gonna look for someone to raid. I want to see who's on right now. Let me see. Oh, there's actually, oh wow, there's quite a few people on. This is surprising. Hold on. But yeah, no, secrets. I love secrets. I love player secrets, and I love giving players a chance to enjoy having those secrets from each other, and just being able to be like, hee hee hoo hoo, I'm giggling, I know things you don't know. Great. Awesome. Let me give you a chance to, let them enjoy that secrecy. Weasleys, man. 2:30? Time for tomato dentist then. Well, 2:30. Oh, wait, hold on. God damn it. You got me on that. How dare you. Shanky, welcome in. Buddy, I'm close to ending. Now, speaking of investigations, man's leaving. I am about to raid out because it is 2:30 my time, even though I know it's like midnight, like 12:30 for yours, because you're like, I know your time zone. Also, because I've been yapping for 5.5 hours. Jesus Christ. But kind of in conclusion, I don't know, man. Investigation, interrogation, and general deduction is all about asking questions. It's okay to suck at it. You will. I also sucked at it. Phrasing. No, but it's all like, it's just investigation, more than a skill check in D&D 5e, is such a skill that you really use a lot in like D&D and a lot of other role-playing like TRPGs that lean more towards like narrative and stuff. You do start to improve on your general investigation by one, trial and error, and just seeing what works. Half the time, like especially the first parts, until you get better at it, you're just throwing pasta at a wall and seeing what sticks, right? I mean, it's still valid, but I'm about to eat too. And she's been oh my god, she's been streaming for almost 9 hours. I gotta raid it out soon. But yeah, and it's like, it really is just a skill you develop. It's like I said, when if you're new to playing intelligent characters, that's okay. So is, most people. It's okay to not be smart, because not being smart, or at least it's not being smart in terms of a character is just like, it's okay to not know much. Like, you don't enter as a level 1 knowing everything about the campaign or the places that you're at. It's just about knowing some things and building up from there. right? Thank you for the hydrate. Let me hydrate a little bit. You know, no one starts a video game being the full-on expert about it. But if you're starting a video game with a reference of other video games you played similarly in the past, it's a good groundwork, right? So it's kind of like that. But if it's a whole new game, it's okay to ask questions. Where's the menu? Where's the bathroom? What do I press? Where's the big red button? Where's the next part of the story that I go to? How's the graphics? Where's the sound system? Is the sound too loud? Is your soup too cold, madam? Shall I heat it up with my heat vision? I don't know where I'm going, but I'm gonna start up a raid. Oh wait. Ask questions? Remember, there are stupid questions. And sometimes that's exactly what you need to piss someone off and reveal parts of their character to you, right? If you ask the stupid question to the right person, is it really stupid? Yes, but they will be so pissed off they'll give you the answers anyway. That's the best part. Let me see. It's just a smart use of a stupid question. It is. Here's a raid message. He's pissing people off. Pissing people off is my special skill. I love you for that, dude. It's so funny. Well, that's like if you're a follower, that is my raid message. And if you are not, then let me give you a general thing. Hold on, because I really need to start setting the raid message for general use as well as followers. These are just my booty is my follower emote. You know, that's just how it is. I'm stalling for time. So there's that follower emote, and then there's that general emote. I go real light on details when I start something. The big campaign I ran, the only info my players had was, you need to have a reason why your character has decided to board a boat to a whole new world. Yep. And honestly, there was a conversation about that like I had earlier tonight, which was start on the small things, right? Like having a reason to go to board a boat to a whole new world is honestly a good place to start. And then what I did afterwards is, okay, let's build upon that. Like, you've given me the reason. Let's build upon a reason by having you give me maybe like 3 to 5 details about where you came from that include like include your character, like maybe their jobs and stuff. Maybe 2 to 3 people that your character really cared about, hopefully still alive, even if they're not family, to just help you get information or something. And then just kind of go from there until bing bang bop, you now have a grounded character and they have a reason, and their reason for going on that boat now has a reason for you as a GM to absolutely fuck their shit up. It's fun. But those are the messages, and let me start up the raid. We are raiding over 2. Oh my god, Alice. To Alice Loner Girl, who is currently playing, technically it's more of a puzzle RPG rather than like simply investigation, right? Now, Alice is a friend of mine who is also a fellow Silent Echo member. One, they've been playing for almost 9 hours, and 2, they're playing Zelda, one of my favorite games. I never got to play Skyward Sword, so if you want to come with me to say hi, you are more than welcome to. If you have to head out for the night, I hope you have a sweet wings, good brunch, breakfast, lunch. I don't know what time zone you're at, but I hope it's a good one. Oh, absolutely. Any other information they had was from them asking questions. I knew the world, they eventually knew their characters, and we met in the middle. Honestly, best ways. Now, there is a 5-second delay before you start hearing my messages. Again, everyone, I hope you have enjoyed me yapping for the last 5.5 hours. If you came in with the raids, I'm more than thankful for you staying. And if you've been here the whole time, you're crazy. You're crazy. If you want to join me in the raids, you're more than welcome to. If you have to head out, I fully understand. Otherwise, I hope you have a great night. I hope you stay juicy. I hope you stay Scooby. Oh my gosh. Now, let me give it 5 seconds. So, I'll see you guys later. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bye-bye. 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 This song is DMCA, so I have to say bye-bye. Hey, there's a 5-second delay. It'll keep saying bye-bye until you actually get out of here, and then it cuts me off. Bye.